Hey everybody, this is chapter 2 of Neil C. Fernandez, Capitalism and Class Struggle in the USSR, a Marxist Theory. This chapter is titled Soviet Capitalism, a Critique of Existing Theories. In this chapter, we look at the various theories which depict the Soviet system as capitalist. Critical consideration is given first to the numerous theories of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, and then to other, quote, capitalist, end quote, theories. In analyzing and criticizing each theory, we ask two main questions. Why is the USSR perceived to be capitalist, and how is it perceived to be specific? The view that Soviet society was capitalist has been held by a large number of writers from various political tendencies, including, in alphabetical order, anarchism, council communism, quote, impossibilism, end quote. So that would be people like Socialist Party of Great Britain. Many types of Leninism, including Bordegism, Maoism, and a number arising out of Trotskyism, libertarian socialism, Marxist humanism, Menshevism, the Situationist International, and social democracy. One moment, please. There's a footnote. I need to find it. Okay. Here we are. I found the footnote. It's a rather large footnote. If it is impossible to give a full bibliography here of all the texts wherein the USSR has ever been called capitalist, it is nonetheless worth mentioning that in regard to the relations and mode of production, many works give mere descriptions or analytical rudiments and cannot be said to contain fully fledged theories. Bauer, as in Otto Bauer, Austro-Marxist Social Democrat, and Matic, Council Communist, for example, even as they use the term state capitalist, both also describe Soviet society as, quote, socialist, quote, despotic socialist, and, quote, state socialist, respectively. See Bauer 1920 and Matic 1969. This idea would seem completely insupportable in terms of the very Marxian categorical approach they seek to apply, and in the absence of a prior explanation of an alternative approach, it can only mystify. Meanwhile, Negri, autonomist, redefines socialism as opposed to communism as a kind of planned capital accumulation structured to forms of state coercion and amounting to a form of backward capitalism. But in a few brief sentences, Negri does not refer to the USSR directly. Indeed, Negri does little more than to call for a substantial analysis which would provide a, quote, composite image, end quote, a, quote, composite image of the development of the societies based on the exploitation of wage labor, end quote, and suggests, quote, various alternative shapes that this model may assume, end quote. Negri, 1986. Negri does not himself assume the task. In the period after 1917, the term, quote, state capitalism was applied to Soviet Russia by a number of writers both from Russian Menshevism and from Orthodox social democracy abroad. As Jerome and Buick show, though, in a piece from 1967 that I've been trying to get my hands on, I can't find a way to get it. The main reason that writers from these two tendencies mention, quote, state capitalism is that they see Russia as being too, quote, backward for socialism, not recognizing the theoretical possibility of the existence of any modern large-scale society other than capitalism or socialism. The reason that since bureaucratic nationalization could not bring socialism, nor can it have abolished capitalism. The undemocratic nature of the political system is further cited as evidence that there is not even a, quote, transition, end quote, towards socialism. See Kautsky, 1919, and Yugov, 1929. For the Mensheviks, the term, quote, state capitalism, end quote, refers to little more than the state restrictions on, quote, private, end quote, capitalist enterprise, primarily under NEP, New Economic Policy. Since it is not used to bolster any overall political economic critique of capitalism, which is still taken to mean essentially the, quote, private sector, end quote, the term, quote, state-restricted capitalism, end quote, might equally well be used. The subjective attitude corresponding to this view is as follows. Whilst in the political sphere, the Mensheviks denounce repression, in the economic sphere the Mensheviks level their criticisms merely at the limitations on capitalist freedom, not capitalism itself. See Wolin, 1974, and Brovkin, 1987. Even the Menshevik left, which eventually joined the, quote, Austro-Marxist Bauer, and seeing Stalin's economic reforms as generally positive, never breaks with this view. The various factions adopt different positions on the expansion of the economic role of the state after 1928, but there is widespread agreement among them all that from then on capitalism exists only peripherally, if at all. See Yugov, 1929, and see Wolin, 1974. The exception here is Ierevsky, who in an empirical wide-ranging critique insists on calling Soviet society, quote, state capitalist, unquote. It is worth noting in parenthesis that we have been unable to discover his real identity and are regarding him as a Menshevik is based on circumstantial evidence alone, referring not to the, quote, private sector, end quote, but to the systematically necessary, quote, widest possible capital accumulation by the state, end quote. Ierevsky then describes the operation of, quote, primitive capitalist accumulation within a state capitalist framework, end quote. But Ierevsky explains his choice of the term, quote, capitalist, end quote, only in passing, simply by citing the severity of the exploitation of the workers and the state control of accumulation. In 1919, the Social Democrat Kautsky also referred for a time to the existence in Soviet Russia of capitalism, which Kautsky sees as subject to an ongoing, quote, resuscitation, end quote. Seeing the working class as necessarily unready and inadequately self-disciplined and intelligent to institute socialism, he describes how the government had to become increasingly despotic in order to protect its position. This involved the permitted growth of corrupt, quote, private capitalism, end quote, and the merger of state and capitalist bureaucracies into a single system. Quote, industrial capitalism, from being a private system, has now become a state capitalism, end quote. Unfortunately, though, Kautsky does not define the term, quote, state capitalism, end quote, nor does Kautsky justify his view that capitalism temporarily left the picture. In his book on Bolshevism in 1930, Kautsky no longer calls the USSR capitalist, and 3 years later he states specifically that, quote, of course capitalism has been destroyed, end quote. But this time, Kautsky takes the view that Soviet society involved a new kind of exploitative and despotic, quote, state economy. One moment. I'm going to write something down real quick. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, though, Kautsky does not define the term, quote, state capitalism, end quote. Sorry, I lost my slide. Okay. In his book on Bolshevism in 1930, Kautsky no longer calls the USSR capitalist, and 3 years later, Kautsky states specifically that, quote, "Of course capitalism has been destroyed," end quote. By this time, he takes the view that the Soviet society involved a new kind of exploitative and despotic, quote, "state economy," end quote. This view is shared by the, quote, "Austro-Marxist," end quote, Hilferding. A third political area within which various people use the term state capitalism, end quote, with reference to Soviet conditions was that of Bolshevism itself. Owing, though, to their social base and their support for the regime and the party, neither Lenin, between 1918 and 23, nor the, quote, "constitutional," end quote, Bolshevik oppositionists who focused upon, quote, "state capitalism," end quote, namely the confusingly named, quote, "left communists," end quote, in 1918, and later the, quote, Zinoviev, end quote, opposition of 1925 to 26. Merit consideration here. See Introduction. On the politics of these groups, see Osinski, 1918. Osinski was an important democratic centralist. And Zinoviev, 1925. See also Daniels, 1960, chapters 3 and 10. 3 and 11. I started recording chapter 3 of Daniels. I'll have to finish it. And Les Insécurités Sociales, 1982. As works by Shapiro, 1955, and Daniels, 1960, make clear, an oppositional attitude towards Bolshevik party rule as such was quite as absent for these factions as it was for the more numerous Bolshevik groupings which chose not to emphasize state capitalism, quote, "state capitalism," end quote, such as the early democratic centralists, 1919 to 1920, the workers' opposition, 1920 to 21, the left opposition, 1923 to 24, the United or Left Opposition, 1926 to 27, and the Right Opposition, 1928 to 29. See Theses of the Democratic Centralists, 1921, Kollontai, 1921, Platform of the 46, 1923, Platform of the Left Opposition, 1927, and Bukharin, 1928. See also Service, 1979. This leaves us with a number of other factions which emerged within the Bolshevik Party but which later broke with it, rejecting the party of Lenin and Stalin to call for proletarian struggle against the system and perhaps the party itself. These factions evidently form a quite distinct fourth category, perhaps best known as the workers' group around Myasnikov. Founded in 1921 by elements who rejected the workers' opposition's support for the suppression of Kronstadt and who were clandestine from the following year. Its manifesto, though, published in 1923, stopped short of calling the country capitalist. It merely makes the suggestion that the new economic policy might in the future become, quote, "transformed into the new exploitation of the proletariat," end quote. 1923, page 48. Nonetheless, the workers' group seem to have had a strong connection, to say the very least, with the group of revolutionary left-wing communists of Russia, a faction which founded the Communist Workers' Party of Russia in 1922 and rallied to the positions of the Communist Workers' International. See Workers' Dreadnought, 1922A and 1922B. The CWI emphatically did see Soviet Russia as capitalist, not state capitalist, and we consider its position in the main text below. 1 second. Another faction was the Workers' Truth Group, inspired by Bogdanov, which stated explicitly in its appeal of 1922 that the NEP heralded the, quote, rebirth of normal capitalistic relations, end quote. Workers' Truth held that the state and economic bureaucracy had become a new bourgeoisie standing alongside the netmen. Moreover, the Communist Party, quote, has become the ruling party, the party of the organizers and directors of the governmental apparatus and economic life, end quote. Workers' Truth. But Workers' Truth did not take the theoretical critique of Soviet capitalism any deeper than that. Like the Workers' Group, Workers' Truth was destroyed by the security authorities in the aftermath of the strike wave of August 1923. Some of the Democratic Centralists, a group which was originally a very moderate and, quote, loyal, end quote, opposition, very much to the right of the workers' opposition. I think that's very much disputable. I think there's another essay, I can't remember what it's called, but it'll be up, that argues the opposite. That the workers' opposition was more radical than the Democratic Centralists. And despite the Democratic Centralist name, their idea was that the democratic part of that equation of democratic centralism had given way to bureaucratic centralism. But I'd have to do more research to make a definite determination on that issue. But just know that that's what was just said was a controversial statement. So let me repeat it. Some of the Democratic Centralists, a group which was originally a very moderate and, quote, loyal, end quote, opposition, very much to the right of the workers' opposition, also eventually came round to a, quote, state capitalist, end quote, view. Their precise history is rather interesting. After calling in 1926 for the formation of a new party, a position which placed them far to the left of, say, Trotsky, in 1928 the group did not react to the first 5-year plan in any consistent fashion. Many, quote, desists, end quote, capitulated, end quote, to Stalinism, while others responded in traditional Leninist language by referring to the transformation of the USSR into a, quote, petty bourgeois state, end quote. See Siliga. It seems that only later, in jail in the early 1930s, did various, quote, desist, end quote, factions then manage to reject Leninism altogether and criticize Soviet conditions comprehensively as, quote, state capitalist, end quote. V. Smirnov, for example, came to argue that Lenin had always been a, quote, agent of the intelligentsia, end quote, and that the entire world was tending towards state capitalism under a ruling bureaucracy. But any documents written by the revolutionary prisoners who held such a position, or indeed by the uncompromising Myasnikovists, end quote, of the same time, have yet to come to light. Anarchists have also adopted a, quote, state capitalist, end quote, position, and constitute a fifth group. Thus Berkman writes of a mixture of, quote, private capitalism, end quote, state capitalism, end quote, even as Berkman does little to develop a theory of the latter beyond pointing to the fact that the state oppresses the workers within the economic sphere as well as outside the economic sphere. Emma Goldman's work is even less theoretically useful. Emma Goldman may describe, in 1925, the despotic, exploitative, and anti-socialist characteristics of Bolshevik rule, but Goldman's central notions remain highly vague ones of conflicting ideas of liberty and authority. Ultimately, neither Berkman nor Goldman add much that was not already present in their respective journals. See Berkman 1925 and Goldman 1931. Those anarchists who were involved for longer and immersed in greater depth in the revolutionary movement in Russia have produced accounts which are more valuable and less impressionistic, but they too have omitted to give profound theoretical consideration to the nature of Soviet society. Myasnikov provides a lengthy and well-sourced account of the Bolshevik counter-revolution and terror, but writes of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, only in passing. In reference to Lenin's belief in its necessity. I think Maximov's I keep getting these confused. Maximov provides a lengthy and well-sourced account of the Bolshevik counter-revolution and terror, but writes of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, only in passing in reference to Lenin's belief in state capitalism's necessity. Maximov is, I think it's Grigory Maximov, whose book is titled The Guillotine at Work. Colorfully, but without material explanation, Maximov refers to the state as the, quote, sole capitalist, monarch, teacher, landowner, policeman, philosopher, and priest, end quote. Rowley, meanwhile, who undoubtedly has a more nuanced view of the production relations of the post-counter-revolutionary period, also refers to, quote, state capitalism, end quote, bound by the mistaken belief, though, that Soviet industrialization is only a pretense. He fails to relate the concept of the relations and contradictions of actual capitalist profit-making, in the sense that they did not withdraw the term, quote, state capitalism, end quote, at the onset of Stalin's, quote, great leap forward. Anarchists have undoubtedly proved loyal to it. On a theoretical level, though, anarchist writers on Soviet Russia have shown but two things. First, that just as in, quote, private capitalism, end quote, workers remain exploited, and second, that the Soviet system of exploitation is completely opposed to revolutionary liberation. The term, quote, state capitalism, end quote, serves only to underline these basic insights, not to aid their development. Works by Siliga, independent communist, and De Boer, situationist, also deserve mention. Siliga's extremely well-observed revolutionary autobiography, covering the years up to 1935, is critically very rich and not at all ideological. Despite his earlier support for Bolshevism and his subsequent support for Croatian nationalism. See Borodine, 1992. That is a really good essay. I should read that. It's on Libcom. Siliga describes the early stages of the Civil War as marking the victory of state capitalism. The NEP as an alliance of state capitalism and private capitalism against socialism, serving the interests of the bureaucrats and upper layers of the village, in opposition to those of the workers and the rural poor. In the first 5-year plan is the bureaucracy's assault on its former allies. But he does not offer a profound work of theory. De Boer's magnum opus, on the other hand, is such a work. But in the few pages he devotes to the USSR, the focus is chiefly on economic underdevelopment, the lunatic mendacity associated with the reigning bureaucratic ideology, and the relationship between the two. Thus De Boer describes a, quote, totalitarian bureaucracy, caught between its need for rationality and that totalitarian bureaucracy's rejection of the rational, end quote, whose very, quote, existence as a class, end quote, depends on its maintaining an ideological monopoly. Owing to the ideology with which it is encumbered, the bureaucracy is unable to rival the bourgeoisie in the production of, quote, commodity abundance, end quote, and therefore stands revealed as capitalism's, quote, poor relation, end quote, or, as it is also described, as, quote, inferior to capitalism in industrial production, end quote. If this is somewhat confusing, elsewhere the situationists make it clear that in their view there are, quote, two capitalisms, private bourgeois and state bureaucratic, end quote. The nearest the situationists come to a theory of the specific political economy of Soviet production is in a text on the events of 1966-67 in China. Here they argue that, like its Chinese counterpart, the Soviet bureaucracy, the, quote, ruling class of bureaucratic state capitalism, end quote, is necessarily centralized, quote, due to its mode of appropriation of the economy, since it must draw from itself the hierarchical guarantee to all participation in its collective appropriation of the social surplus production, end quote. But when they proceed to state that, quote, the summit of the bureaucracy has to remain fixed, for in it lies the entire legitimacy of the system, end quote, there remains evident an over-concentration upon the importance of the regime's ideology as well as a hint of Weberianism, is absent from their critique of capitalism under the bourgeoisie. Secondary works include Jerome and Buick, 1967, Bellis, 1979, chapters 4 to 6, CWO, 1982, and less useful, Kelly, 1985. All right, so that's end of footnote. It was a hell of a footnote. If the very disparity of these tendencies raises significant problems in classifying the theories they have produced, we have found the most straightforward solution to be one which has rarely, if ever, been applied before. This is to classify them according to the simple presence or absence of an idea, however conceived, of, quote, state capitalism, end quote. Present in the works of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, Otto Rühle and the later Council Communists, Buick and Crump, Andreas Wild. I'm assuming that's who it is. It says Wild, but I'm assuming it's Andreas Wild. There's a piece on the channel called Totalitarian State Capitalism from Wild. It's from the 1970s. It was originally in German, but it was published in English, translated to English for Telos. It's on this channel. Dunayevskaya and James, Muniz, Cliff, Bettelheim, Sapir. This concept is quite absent from those of Gorter, Castoriadis, Bordiga, and Chattopadhyay. The, quote, state capitalist, end quote, theories are discussed in the following order. First, we take the earliest theories, developed in the aftermath of the Bolshevik seizure of power, namely the theory of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, and the more developed theories of Rühle and the Council Communists. We then look at a more recent work by Buick and Crump, which draws on both of these resources, as well as a little-known contribution by Wild. All of these theories stress that neither the changes of government in 1917 nor the zigzags of economic policy thereafter in any way led to the abolition of workers' exploitation. Next, we consider the theories produced by those writers who were originally of the Trotskyist view that the USSR was a, quote, workers' state, end quote, but who later rejected it in favor of the view that under Stalinism this was no longer the case. These theories, produced by Dunayevskaya and James, Muniz and Cliff, were developed in the 1940s, around the time, that is, that the USSR began to receive military assistance first from the United Kingdom and then from the United States, proceeding to defeat Germany and become a major imperialist power. Criticism is made not of Bolshevism, but of Stalinism, established ostensibly in the course of a, quote, counter-revolution, end quote, in the late 1920s. We then consider the alternative Leninist theory crafted by Bettelheim, who stresses above all the changes which took place in the years following the death of Stalin in 1953. If Chavance has de-emphasized these changes, and Sapir has more recently argued that capitalism has predominated since before 1917, both theorists have based themselves chiefly on Bettelheim's view of the capitalist nature of the Soviet system. Of the, quote, capitalist but not state capitalist, end quote, theories, we deal first with the early Council Communist view constructed by Gorter, and then with the somewhat lengthier anti-Leninist work produced in the 1950s by Castoriadis. Next, we consider the theoretical work of the left Leninist Bordiga, and finally, the recent work by Chattopadhyay. Notably, all of these theorists hold the view that capitalism was never abolished. At this juncture, it is worth mentioning, though, that this is not the only way the various theories might be sorted. Another sensible system would involve concentrating on the extent to which the development of the USSR is understood to have differed from the development of, quote, traditional or, quote, classical capitalism in the West. According to this second system, it would then appear that at one end of, quote, state capitalist, end quote, thinking, there is Cliff, who holds that in the USSR there were neither commodities nor wage laborers, but that even so the country was capitalist owing to the internal effects of military competition with the West, And at the other end, there are those such as the Socialist Party of Great Britain, for whom Soviet, quote, state capitalism, end quote, is little more than state ownership, as well as Buick and Crump, who refer to the existence throughout the Soviet period of a market, albeit an unfree market, wherein prices were ultimately determined by value. Again, I can't recommend highly enough the work of the hell is it book called? And talking about its high prices. I think it's like the state capitalism, the wages system. I think it's called State Capitalism in Russia, the wages system under new management. But even if you don't read that entirety of that book, the excerpts that are made of it into another book called, like, I think it's What is Capitalism? I think by Thought Crime Inc. Maybe I'm not sure if that's what I'm saying. I think it's Crime Thought Inc. or Thought Crime Inc. It's not. It's like Crime Think, but it's like not. But it's different. But that but all that anyway. But the Jesus Christ, the pieces that were used for that book, that like edited volume, What is Capitalism, are fantastic. I would recommend them to anybody interested in understanding capitalism. In between these two positions would stand Bettelheim, who sees the, quote, plan, end quote, as being a sort of transmission mechanism for the logic of the market, and Dunayevsky and James, who write of capitalist profit but avoid falling into the trap of identifying it with its apparent forms. A similar division is evident. James and Dunayevskaya's book, State Capitalism and World Revolution, is on this channel, as well as all the chapters from Marxism and Freedom that are specifically about the Russian question on this channel. A similar division is evident in the camp rejecting, quote, state capitalism, end quote. Thus, Castoriadis began by making a major distinction between, quote, private capitalism and, quote, bureaucratic capitalism, and even once Castoriadis decides that, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, prevails in the West as well as in the USSR, Castoriadis still perceives a major structural difference between the two areas, with, quote, bureaucratic capitalism, end quote, being fragmented, end quote, in the former, in the West, and, quote, total, end quote, in the latter, East. Bordiga, on the other hand, even more so than Gorder in the first half of the 1920s, takes the view that any differences are quite unimportant, given that, quote, mercantilism, end quote, is dominant in the USSR, just as quote, mercantilism, end quote, is dominant elsewhere. Bordiga sees no need to add a supplementary adjective to the basic characterization as, quote, capitalist, end quote. Between the two ends of the spectrum stands Chattopadhyay, who, whilst emphasizing the sameness of the underlying categories, nonetheless points to major differences concerning the importance of technological change to the extraction of surplus value. There's a chart here that's I'll try to describe. State capitalist, about the groups that have been discussed thus far that call the USSR state capitalist. These include Cliff, Andreas Wild, Muniz, Johnson Forrest, which is James Dunayevskaya, Bettelheim, Sapir, Chevance, Rula /GIK, Buick and Crump, and the Socialist Party of Great Britain. Those who refer to it as capitalists but not as state capitalists include Castoriadis, Chattopadhyay, Hermann Gorter, and Amadeo Bordiga. There's another part of the chart that talks about whether these groups view the society in the USSR as substantially different from Western capitalism. And it's kind of hard because it's like a scale of gradation. So the people who think it differs most fundamentally would include Cliff. That's number one. Then below Cliff is Vilton Castoriadis. Below that is Muniz. Below them is Johnson Forrest. And again, this is people who are less and less think there's a difference. Bettelheim, Sapir, Chavance, they're like in the middle. Then Rula/GIK and Chattopadhyay are further down the scale. Buick and Crump in the Socialist Party of Great Britain. And those who view the USSR as dealing as least different from the West include Hermann Gorter and Amadeo Bordiga. So that's the end of me explaining the chart. Since in every case one is dealing primarily with qualitative analyses, any attempt to give precedence below to the second method of classification would prove needlessly confusing, not to say inelegant. But the display given in Figure 2.1 will nonetheless serve to demonstrate the relevant axes of variety in the group of theories considered. One second. New section, quote, state capitalism, end quote. Subsection, the Socialist Party of Great Britain's theory. And there's some footnotes before we even get started. Footnote 1. Since our aim here is to consider the various, quote, state capitalist, end quote, theories of the USSR, we should not be dealing with those aspects of the, quote, state capitalist, end quote, literature, which relate solely to the perceived developments in or from, quote, classical, end quote, capitalism, or to the question of the, quote, transition to socialism, end quote. For example, Bukharin, 1915 and 1920, and Lenin, 1918 to 23, nor shall we consider the totally abstract model constructed by Pollock in 1941. End footnote. Next footnote. The political positions of the Socialist Party of Great Britain and its sister parties, often termed, quote, impossibilist, end quote, involve an uncompromising rejection of the wages system and hence of reformism, the belief that today's struggle for socialism depends primarily on workers' education and democratic organization, and the belief in using the existing legislatures to establish socialism. If the first distinguishes them from the anti-revolutionary approach of the left, the second and especially the third separate them too from the revolutionary approach of the communists. For a discussion of, quote, impossibilist positions and, end quote, impossibilist, end quote, positions, see Barltrop, 1975, and Coleman, 1987. End footnote. Alright, let's boogie. Consistently emphasizing the nature of socialism as a wageless and moneyless society, in the years following 1917, the Socialist Party of Great Britain lays particular stress on the fact that it is not seriously possible to view Soviet conditions as socialist. In short, quote, capitalism has always existed in post-revolutionary Russia, and the working class there has never had political power, end quote. In an endeavor to explain why it was that no socialist transformation came about, the SPGB then point to the backwardness of the productive forces, lends explicit support for capitalist development. See Lenin 1917, 1918, and 1918 and 1923. And the role played by private enterprise in both town and countryside under the new economic policy. Whilst these points are interesting, however, these points are not offered as a full theoretical demonstration of the capitalist nature of Soviet urban society, and it is perhaps worth pointing out that if they were, they would be inadequate. Thus, the first argument would fall straight away, since it would depend primarily upon two dogmatic assumptions, namely, that capitalism can only be succeeded by socialism, and that socialism is impossible without an industrial society. Clearly, it is impossible to derive these tenets either from Marx's basic categories or from empirical reality. The second point, meanwhile, relates only to part of the urban economy, and at most to the political ideas and overall aims of Lenin's government. And the third can explain neither the role of the state sector nor the development of the economy after the, quote, Great Leap Forward, end quote. Footnote. This is not to deny, of course, the major role played by the market under the new economic policy. In 1923, two developments occurred which showed the macroeconomic nature of this role in particularly dramatic fashion. The first was the, quote, scissors crisis, end quote, when the differential between industrial prices and agricultural prices soared to 3 times its pre-war level. Given that agriculture had recovered considerably more rapidly than industry from the dislocations of war between 1914 and 1921, such a movement of prices is precisely what should be expected from an elementary consideration of supply and demand. The second was the removal of the prohibition of alcohol, which had been in force since 1914. As Carr has shown in 1954, since this took the form of reestablishment of the state vodka monopoly, it vividly demonstrated the government's fiscal dependence on the indirect taxation of luxury goods. In this early period, the SPG's theory of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, remains rudimentary, and they use the term, as Lenin does, primarily to describe the regulation and supervision of, quote, private, end quote, trade by the state. Allied to this conception, there is the idea of a capitalist, quote, road, end quote, along which the Bolshevik government is seen as being in, quote, retreat, end quote. By 1924, the SPGB goes as far as to argue that the country already stands, quote, halfway on the road to capitalism, end quote. The implicit view here is that after 1917, there were at least some non-capitalist and non-pre-capitalist elements operating in the economy at a fundamental level, presumably associated with regulators other than market competition. Since, however, the SPGB eventually comes to adopt another view, this is never argued out in full or reinforced theoretically at any great depth. By the late 1920s, the SPGB begins to oppose the concept of, quote, state, end quote, capitalism to that of, quote, private, end quote, capitalism, with the implication that state capitalism is not simply a form of regulation of private capitalism. Even after this, however, the old idea continues to exert an influence, and the resultant theoretical perspective is therefore highly confused. On one hand, there is an emphasis on the fundamentally capitalist relations, commodity production, wage, labor, profit, and capital, which underlie even the, quote, extremely centralized, end quote, system of economic control under Stalin. On the other, there is a revealingly, quote, overdetermined, end quote, interest relating to the very same period in matters as the role of concessions granted to foreign companies, 1930, the importance of interest-bearing government bonds, and the rise of Soviet ruble millionaires. To understand the SPGB's theory of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, it is first necessary to follow their argument as to why the USSR is capitalist. This is so, in their view, because all the essential features of capitalism continue to exist, namely the class monopoly of the means of production, the wages system, great inequalities of wealth and income, state coercion against the workers, the production of commodities for profit, and arms production, nationalism, and war. Endeavoring to theorize more precisely, they focus on four features in particular: the class monopoly of the means of production, commodity production, wage labor, and the accumulation of capital. Correctly, from a Marxist standpoint, they then point out that commodity production itself is not a sufficient condition for capitalism. There must be categories of wage, labor, and profit. Unfortunately, though, their usage of the words, quote, profit and, quote, capital remains extremely loose, suggesting little more than the extraction and reinvestment of surplus product. Quote, in Russia, the means of production are used to exploit wage labor for a surplus. In other words, they function as capital, end quote. This may be formally true, since wage labor plus accumulation as the aim of production do indeed imply capital, but there is nonetheless a gaping hole in the theory. As, quote, orthodox Marxist, end quote, the SPGB must certainly believe that Soviet profits derive from the production of surplus value. But the SPGB make no attempt to show how Soviet profits derive from the production of surplus value might be the case. To do this, of course, would first of all mean showing how value actually functions other than through the market, particularly in the producer goods sector. Or, alternatively, one might argue that the apparently non-market forms were in fact forms of the market. Since, however, the SPGB's concept of profit and, quote, capital, end quote, remain detached from the Marxist concept of value, they must necessarily be judged inadequate. It may be possible to deduce from the SPGB's writings that the Soviet system really was capitalist, but it is not possible to gain an understanding of how the various capitalist categories actually worked. The residual concept of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, is highly patchy, and sometimes seems to boil down to little more than the idea of state ownership. Elsewhere, reference is made to a ministerial target setting under Stalin. Quote, the state directed what should be produced. The factory managers merely had to carry out these orders. The state also fixed the prices at which goods were to be sold to the consumer. As in all systems of rationing, which this state-directed system resembled, a black market appeared. Industrial agents or, quote, pushers, end quote, made a living by getting scarce supplies for a price. Indeed, they became an essential part of the system, end quote. The reference to rationing here would seem only to obscure the fact that, whilst it might have been possible in 1940's Britain, say, to buy bread, quote, off ration, end quote, and in Stalin's USSR to procure industrial raw materials for cash or favors, it was not possible in the latter to buy, say, machine-building plants or car factories for rubles. This impossibility was as much a, quote, essential part of the system, end quote, as was the operation of industrial Tolkachi, as indeed the Socialist Party of Great Britain recognized in this extract. Yeah, I can't find anything for Tolkachi. The only thing that comes up actually is this book. Actually, that might be my fault because it doesn't. Okay, it was my fault. According to Wikipedia, The Tolkaches emerged in the Soviet Union as employees of enterprises whose role was to use informal connections to enable production managers to meet or manipulate targeted outputs imposed by the Central Economic Plan. They evolved in the context of the various five-year plans, helping them to work by violating their core principles, i.e., as success was determined by meeting the targets. Using persuasion to have targets reduced was a means of achieving success. Tolkaches were premier practitioners of blot, a contemporaneous Russian term to describe the procurement of favors. Citation needed. By 1937, the Tolkaches had come to occupy a key position mediating between the enterprises and the commissariat. Back to the text. This impossibility was as much a, quote, essential part of the system, end quote, as was the operation of industrial Tolkachi, as indeed the SPGB recognized in this extract. But to such systematically necessary and apparently non-market aspects, they give no more than passing attention. As a consequence, their theory is weak because they do not theorize any significant differences between the USSR and the West. New section. Council Communist Theories. Footnote. The most valuable general works on council communism in English or French are Autier and Barrot, 1976, and Bourrinet, 1992. Both are in French. No works of comparable quality exist in English. For an account of, quote, anti-parliamentary communism, and, quote, in Britain, see Mark, I think it's Mark Shipway, I'm not sure, maybe it's not Mark, but Shipway, 1988. More specific works include Bricianer, 1969, Maddock, 1939-67, and Socialist Reproduction / Revolutionary Perspectives, 1974. Also interest is Gombin, or Gombin, maybe it's Gombin, 1978. I would say that, as a side note, there's definitely council communist critics of both of these works, which I believe that the Autier and Barrot refers to the eclipse and reemergence of the communist movement, which definitely has very critical things to say about council communism. And Bourrinet also has very critical things to say about council communism. Both of these writers are under the influence, to a large extent, by left communism in the Bourdieuist sense, right? So there's a piece on here that's a review of Bournet's book on the German and Dutch communist left, and which is extremely critical, from Paul Maddock on this channel. Also on this channel, I think it's I think it might be Adams, I'm not sure is the last name, but it's a piece on criticizing Autier and Barrot, which is, of course, I think it's something Francois Martin and Gilles Devey, criticizing their generally Bourdieuist conception of council communists as some kind of like cooperative market socialisty kind of people, which is like kind of like a general interpretation of council communism from people coming from a Bourdieuist perspective. Yeah. So that's just a side note for myself, that these general works are criticized. Back to the text and footnote. Among those who saw the USSR as capitalist in the 1920s were also the Council Communists, anti-parliamentary Marxists whose theoreticians included Pannekoek, Gorder, Matic, Otto Rula, and for a time, albeit somewhat belatedly, Karl Korsch. Footnote. Korsch refers to the USSR as a capitalist state in 1938 in an expanded article published in the Council Communist Journal, Living Marxism, but Korsch does not discuss the country's actual conditions. After 1920 to 20, end footnote. After 1920 to 21, once the facts about Russian conditions had become clear in Western Europe, the Council Communist position forthrightly condemned not only the despotism of the Bolshevik political system, but also the capitalist economic conditions it policed and defended. Footnote. Of course, the revolutionary Marxist view of Soviet Russia was also colored by the latter's role in Western Europe, where the Bolshevik-dominated, quote, communist, end quote, international tried to bounce those who considered themselves communists into sustained militation within parliaments and trade unions, and eventually insisted on the formation of national, quote, united fronts, end quote. In May 1920, the West European Bureau of the Comintern was shut down by Moscow. And in June, Lenin published Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder. In 1921, pro-Bolshevik forces fused in Germany with the bulk of the Independent Social Democratic Party, USPD, a more, quote, orthodox, end quote, and much larger faction of social democracy. All these developments were clearly in keeping with Soviet diplomacy. Trade treaties were secured with both Britain and Germany the same year. Also in 1921, Krassin criticized the British miners' strike for interfering with Bolshevik trading needs. Indeed, when MI5 eventually needed evidence of Bolshevik, quote, revolutionary internationalism, end quote, MI5 had to forge it in the form of the, quote, Zinoviev letter, end quote. Military cooperation with Germany began in 1922 and possibly even earlier. See Sutton, 1968, Chapter 15. For a discussion of the impact of Bolshevik foreign policy on the left communist critique, see Autier and Barrow, 1976, pages 130 to 43, 175 to 88. Again, I believe that's the eclipse and reemergence of the communist movement. See also Lenin, 1920, Macaulay, 1981, and the Comintern's theses, resolutions, and manifestos. I think an important part of that, I believe I always get that, I have trouble sometimes jumbling the people together, but I think it's Herman Gorder who wrote an open letter to Comrade Lenin criticizing left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Also, I think, I haven't read it myself, but I think the above earlier mentioned was it Sirs Brichionnaire? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right. I think he has an article discussing the context of this clash between the left communist and Lenin in this early period. But I haven't read it. I know it's not on this channel. But I did want to add before that relating to Karl Korsch, I have all of the articles from his book titled what the hell is it? Revolutionary Theory, put together by Douglas Counter, about that is like a collection of Korsch's political writings. I also have the introduction to that book, which is like, not like a baby introduction. It's like 100 pages, which is like a history, which is like a biography of Korsch, and he talks about how before when it said it was Korsch somewhat belatedly joined the Council Communists, that is correct. Insofar as I think Korsch had different phases, and for a while before becoming a council communist, he was a pretty traditional member of the German Communist Party. I think he might have even been in the Reichstag for the Communist Party. I'm not exactly sure. Or some political. He was elected to some official position, but his counsel communism and his critique of Leninism was very much delayed. So, like his book, Marxism and Philosophy, would have been published during his the most Leninist phase of his life. At least that's my understanding of Karl Korsch's intellectual biography. But again, I'm not completely sure. Anyway, end footnote, back to the text. At first, during the NEP 1921 to 28, the majority emphasized the role of market competition in the capitalist peasantry, which also, as a side note, the degree to which the peasantry was capitalist in the Soviet Union is very much debated, and the kind of like internal differentiation of the peasantry, which is the basis of so much of Bolshevik discourse on the nature of the Soviet economy, doesn't seem to have, at least according to Paresh Chattopadhyay, says doesn't have much going for it historically. Historically, it wasn't the case that uh, that the peasantry was actually so politically differentiated. Economically differentiated, and also like I think it's important when you're talking about the peasantry. It's difficult to talk with the peasantry because it's kind of always assumed what is being meant, and different people have different accounts of it. There's a difference between like a market dependent farmer, however small, and a peasant. Because a peasant, more or less, is able to operate on a subsistence level, right? It's not, they don't need to go to market in order to reproduce themselves, right? They might go to markets to like share like incidental surpluses that are not systematically produced, or at least like it's not necessary for them to produce. But they are generally practice what I've heard some people call safety first agriculture, right? Where they focus on reproducing their own needs, and then if there's incidentally something else, they might bring it to market. Um, it should be stated that the peasantry, one of the reasons why it was had to be tamed, or not had to be, but was tamed in the way that it was, is that the peasantry always could drop out of relationship with like the urban core, right? And if it didn't get like the price it was getting, it could just stop producing for the market and still reproduce itself, right? Stop. It's like okay, and that's why you know in face of like unemployment and things like that, people would go to the countryside, especially when like the situation in the cities was very desperate, say in like the post Civil War era or during the Civil War. Members of the working class proletariat who still had not the working class proletariat, but the proletariat in Russia, which usually still had a connection, were not like very far removed from peasant conditions, went back to the countryside to eke out a living in the countryside. And the reason they were able to do that is because the countryside, the peasantry, were self-subsistent. They were not uh, they were not market dependent. So even if the economy was in shambles, on the market level, on the level of like value categories, in the cities, um, uh, that was not necessarily the case in the countryside, even if conditions were low. Um, One other thing that I think is important to add is that I think even in the uh, revolutionary era, um, um, a lot of the surplus that was taken from the peasantry in this period uh, was taken in the form of a certain, I think there was something called grain cadets. So it was a tax in kind as opposed to a tax in money, which is extremely important. And I think it speaks to the non-market relationship, non-marketization, the non-capitalist nature of the peasantry, that even in the new economic period, during the period of the new economic policy, the grain tax that the Bolsheviks implemented was a tax in kind, not a tax in money. So that's very important for analyzing whether a peasantry is in fact capitalist or not. I don't think I finished reading the last sentence that I read. I thought I did, but at first, during the NEP, the majority emphasized the role of market competition in the capitalist peasantry. See below section 2.1 on Gorder. And only a minority theorized, quote, state capitalism, end quote. But by the mid-1930s, the, quote, state capitalist, end quote, position had become one of the tendency's principal tenets. New section, Rula's theory. One second. I gotta get to the footnotes. Okay, I'm at the footnotes. This is footnote 3. Man, fucking Fernandez with your long ass fucking footnotes. Can't tell what's footnotes and what's text. Okay, so footnote. Okay. Footnote 3, we found it. All right. The political positions of the SPGB and its sister parties, often termed, quote, impossibilist, end quote, involve an uncompromising rejection of the wages system. Wait, is that... Oh, no, that's not 3, it's 8. There we are. Footnote 8. A leading member of the International Communist of Germany, IKD, an extremist group to the left of the Liebknecht and Luxembourg's Spartacus League, Otto Rühle was later a leader of the East Saxony section of the Council Communist KAPD. See below note 37. From 1921, Otto Rühle was involved in the General Workers' League of Germany, Unified Organization, AAUDE, also Council Communist, which rejected the party form and insisted on the workplace as the basis of Council Communist organization. On the development of this thought, see Socialist Reproduction/Revolutionary Perspectives, 1974, and Autier and Barreau, or Martin and Devey, 1976. End footnote. The origins of the Council Communist theory of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, lie with Rühle, who, in a major work of 1924, comes to understand the internal economic role of the Soviet state in terms of capitalist development on a world scale, whilst keeping to the view that in the capitalist economy, quote, the market is the center, end quote. Rühle thus attributes substantial significance to growing state authoritarianism and administrative centralization, not as purely Soviet developments, but rather as aspects of a general tendency throughout the capitalist world. In this view, it is precisely the, quote, centralism, end quote, of the capitalist economy, expressed through the market, which determines the changes in the political organization of the state. One can undoubtedly criticize Rühle for being confused, and that Rühle fails to trace convincingly the interactions between the economic, quote, centrality of the market and the political, quote, centralism of the state, preferring simply to aver that the, quote, centralism of the state, quote, corresponds to the, quote, centrality, end quote, of the market. Rühle can hardly be said to deal with the full complexities of Soviet economic bureaucracy, But at the same time, in describing, quote, nationalization with out-socialization, end quote, or as the Bolsheviks called it, quote, war communism, end quote, as tending maximally toward a, quote, large-scale, tightly centrally run state capitalism, end quote, Rula undoubtedly provides the germs of a more advanced critique. In 1931, Rula published pseudonymously a much fuller theory, which remains remarkably little known, in The World Crisis or Toward State Capitalism. Otto Rula first shows that capitalism has undergone a tremendous process of cartelization and monopolization, evident in the consumer retail sector, or as much as in coal, electrical technology, or steel. Let's see if there's actually if I can find this text by Rula. Okay. I can't find this actual piece, so maybe it's called something else, or maybe it's not really translated. In World Crisis or Toward State Capitalism, Otto Rula first shows that capitalism has undergone a tremendous process of cartelization and monopolization, evident in the consumer retail sector as much as in coal, electrical technology, or steel. Economic power in Europe now rests in very few hands indeed. Rula then points to the parallel and long-term growth in state subsidies. When economic crisis appears, each capitalist government's need to subsidize becomes particularly acute, and as a result, capitalist domination employs ever greater levels of state intervention and indeed planning. It is no longer a paradox that early subsidies were given especially readily to concerns which lay outside the monopolies, and which indeed the monopolies threaten. Monopolization and intervention are simply twin aspects of the concentration of the productive forces. Looking specifically at the Germany of the time, Rula correctly predicts that the state and the economy will increasingly overlap and intermesh. In his view, state involvement eventually reaches such a level as to constitute a fundamental change. And even if, quote, state capitalism, end quote, neither permanently resolves capitalism's problems nor fundamentally alters capitalism's nature, state capitalism nevertheless represents a genuinely new stage of capitalist domination. It is in this context that Rula sees the USSR. Here, though, rather than being a consequence of the, quote, overripeness, end quote, of a capitalism racked by crisis, state capitalism emerges instead from far more primitive forms of capitalist evolution. In Russia, quote, the planned economy was introduced before the free capitalist economy had reached its full fruition, before its life cycle had led it to senility. In concrete terms, the planned economy amounted to a premature birth, rendered possible by specific historical circumstances, end quote. In Rula's view, not only did the World War destroy Russian, quote, feudalism, the World War also, quote, devoured, end quote, a bourgeoisie which was unable to make peace. Following the collapse of the war effort, many capitalist concerns, despite being officially subjected, officially subjecto? The hell does that mean? Maybe that's a misspelling. Oh, that's supposed to be subject to. Okay, Jesus Christ. The T's are screwed close together. Following the collapse of the war effort, many capitalist concerns, despite being officially subject to increased, quote, supervision, end quote, or control, lapsed into a state of utter chaos or even complete inactivity. Many capitalist concerns ended up being nationalized. In quick succession, the banks, the merchant navy, foreign trade, and whole industries were taken into state hands. The, quote, form of property, end quote, was changed. During the NEP, the state then kept control of at least the commanding heights of industry, and set about laying the foundations of the organized state capitalist system, which was later to undergo such rapid expansion. Different in origin to Western European developments, the subsequent industrial, agricultural, and infrastructural upheavals launched by the Soviet state at the end of the 1920s are also of a different significance in their effect. State disposal of the means of production allows the revolutionization of technique in all the main sectors, and moreover, millions of new workers are made available for such development to exploit. Whereas in Western Europe there is hunger, misery, and the threat of total ruin, in the USSR, besides hunger and want, there is also a great leap forward, growth, and a new future. There is no crisis. Capitalist, quote, planning, end quote, in the USSR has evidently nothing whatsoever to do with socialism, but nonetheless, capitalist, quote, planning, end quote, in the USSR constitutes a movement quite distinct from those occurring in Germany and elsewhere. Whereas in Western Europe, the declining, quote, free capitalist, end quote, economy seeks to move beyond the stage of cartels and monopolies so as to save itself by means of state planning. In the USSR, state planning started at, quote, the bottom of the ladder, end quote, rubbished the inheritance of feudalism, and now makes use of the conquests of the free capitalist economy in its own autonomous self-expansion. Since sooner or later the lines of development must cross, it is the East which shows the West the light of, quote, salvation, and not vice versa. Rula later describes this Bolshevik state as a model for Nazism and fascism. Footnote. Rula would eventually use the phrase, quote, world fascism, end quote, in 1940. End footnote. Where am I? It is, however, only state capitalism that Western Europe tends to copy, not its specific Soviet manifestation. Whereas Western Europe will see either the, quote, usurpation, end quote, of the private economy by the state, or else the establishment over the state of a strict control by private firms, Soviet capitalism follows an altogether different route. In considering this route in his final chapter, though, Rula loses much of his earlier clarity. Without providing adequate theoretical support, Rula thus avers that whilst the measures advocated in the Communist Manifesto have been, quote, almost completely realized, end quote, in terms of the manner of their realization, there are still, quote, survivals of capitalism, end quote. It is, of course, straightaway apparent here that Rula fails to appraise the rather more radical position on the state, which Marx later expressed in the aftermath of the Paris Commune. See Marx 1871, pages 206 to 12, and for clarification, the first draft, 1934, pages 246 to 52. More than this, though, the question of the, quote, manner of realization, end quote, of measures advocated in 1848 is really a non-question. Either capitalism survives or capitalism does not survive. The implied division between two dimensions of change, non-capitalist and capitalist, would seem to have little sense and at any rate is not coherently argued out. Such carelessness only increases. Explaining Soviet, quote, state capitalism, end quote, Rula mentions in addition to economic backwardness the suppression, quote, in principle, end quote, both of private property and the means of production and of class antagonism. In this view, though, if the high level of planning and the widespread, quote, tendency towards cooperation, end quote, will be useful in the future, they are of little importance today. State capitalism in the USSR, quote, tends towards, end quote, and prepares the road for socialism, is even the most mature form of a, quote, transition towards socialism, end quote. Sick. But it is not socialism. Indeed, state capitalism is completely opposed to socialism. State capitalism is capitalism. The wage remains the price of labor power, not a, quote, adequate part, end quote, of the social product. Footnote, perhaps surprisingly, neither Rula nor the, quote, councilists, end quote, rejected the, quote, orthodox Marxist, end quote, view of lower and higher stages of communism. Rula is fair to question this view only adds to his confusion. End footnote. Yeah, end footnote, sorry. The production process adapts the production process itself to market requirements, not to needs, and the value of the currency remains set according to the gold rate, not according to, quote, collectivist accountability, end quote. The leadership of the state, meanwhile, is authoritarian, bureaucratic, and dictatorial, and there are no real councils expressing the collective will of the masses, no associations of free and equal producers. All these factors constitute what Rula calls, quote, capitalist atavisms, end quote. It would seem, of course, rather an understatement to describe such relations as wage labor as merely, quote, survivals, end quote, of capitalism, sloppy to refer thus to the market, and simply rhetorical even to use the phrase, quote, capitalist atavisms, end quote, at all. As yet, capitalism does not date back to a distant ancestral past. Moreover, having avoided referring to the original wartime dislocation of 1917 to 21 as a, quote, crisis, end quote, and preferring for unexplained reasons to explain the, quote, Soviet rout, end quote, with reference instead to an untheorized category of, quote, cooperation, end quote, Rula fails to show how the tendency towards such cooperation is actually manifested. Correspondingly, Rula neglects to explain in what way mere, quote, atavisms, end quote, might permit substantial capitalist growth. Rula's view of the actual Soviet production relations consequently remained fuzzy and poorly theorized. New section, Councilist theory. Footnote, Councilism can be defined as, quote, anti-vanguardist, end quote, anti-party council communism, stressing above all the forms of workers' self-organization. For elements of the critique, see Barrow and Dove, and Shipway 1987. For anti-critique, see the piece by Is it David Adams? Can't remember his name on this channel. I might have already mentioned him already, in fact, in this recording because I'm recording this chapter in chunks. Growing from the position defended by the Group of International Communists in the Netherlands, 1927 to 1940, Councilism won adherents in the United States, Scandinavia, France, and elsewhere, and proved overall to be the most abiding current of council communism. Growing them Ceasing to be a properly international, quote, milieu, end quote, with the Second World War, it decomposed in the Netherlands only in the 1970s. See Bournet, 1992, and see a critique of Bournet on this channel from Paul Maddock, Jr. By this time, of course, the term, quote, councilism, end quote, had adopted new shades of meaning relating to the ideas of Castoriadis. 1957, about the self-management of wage labor and to those of the situationists. See Riesel, 1969, about the organization of communist revolution by mass assemblies and revocable delegates. The rise of these two tendencies, however, both of which also decomposed in the 1970s, was largely sui generis. Hence, their ideas on the USSR are considered separately elsewhere. End footnote. The quote councilists, end quote, of the 1930s soon rejected the view that Soviet developments were only one expression of a movement towards state capitalism which operated globally. In the Theses on Bolshevism of 1934, which is on this channel, an important landmark in the maturation of the councilist tendency, the group of international communists give correspondingly much greater consideration to the USSR as a specific case. Footnote. Apart from this document, I don't know why he's not saying who this document's by. It's by Rudolf Springer, whose real name is Helmut Wagner. Apart from this document, there is very little councilist material in the USSR of a similar theoretical level. It's important to note that Wagner also wrote a longer piece called Bolshevism. It's like roots, role, and I don't know what the last part is. There's something else. But anyway, in Leninist Philosopher, 1938, the only explanation Pannekoek gives of the capitalist nature of a system of production, quote, directed by a state bureaucracy under the leadership of the Communist Party, end quote, is that, quote, state officials have the have the disposal over the product, hence over the surplus value, end quote. Pannekoek. I don't have this entire book on this channel, but there is a piece by Serge Brichiner. I'm not sure how to say it. Looks like Bricaner if you were to like anglicize it, but I think it's like Brichiner or something like that. That has a lot of excerpts from this text and is about Pannekoek's commentary on Lenin and Bolshevism. Back to the text. I have already pointed out the inadequacy. Let me repeat the last sentence I said. In Leninist Philosopher, published in 1938, the only explanation Pannekoek gives of the capitalist nature of a system of production, quote, directed by a state bureaucracy under the leadership of the Communist Party, end quote, is that, quote, state officials have the disposal over the product, hence over the surplus value, end quote. I've already pointed out the inadequacy of the argument with reference to the SPGB. Pannekoek later writes in Workers' Councils, written between 1947 and 49, of the collective possession of the means of production by leading officials who exploit the workers and pay them wages, but fails to take the analysis any further than that. It is revealing that in his section on, quote, the foe, end quote, part 3, Pannekoek applies rigorous analysis to a number of national capitalist groupings, but fails to include in his insights the rulers of Soviet Russia. We would add that it may, of course, be true, as Jan Gerber, I think his name is, claims in 1978, that the Theses on Bolshevism were really written by Pannekoek, but since he offers no support for this claim, we would opt at present to follow Bourrinet, who writes in a lengthy work on Dutch Council Communism that they were based on a document by Helmut Wagner, which was then revised by the GIK collectively. I guess that's why he's not saying his name, because there was some controversy, I guess, but now I don't think that controversy exists. I think Wagner is clearly the author of that. Anyway, end footnote. The, quote, councilists, end quote, of the 1930s soon rejected the view that Soviet developments were only one expression of a movement towards state capitalism which operated globally. In the Theses on Bolshevism, published in 1934, an important landmark In the maturation of the councilist tendency, the group of international communists gave correspondingly much greater consideration to the USSR as a specific case. Footnote. No, I already said the footnote. That was the same. Sorry, there's the same footnote I just read. My bad. They thus began pointing to Russia's intermediate situation between the industrial area of Western Europe and North America and the colonial agricultural regions of Eastern Asia. They show how, before 1917, the Russian economy combined an antiquated and feudal agriculture with a capitalist industrial sector which was relatively far more advanced. Russian industry had not only been, quote, engrafted, end quote, onto the country by the Tsarist state, it also, in its own sphere, preserved many feudal features, such as the binding of many workers to the village and their accommodation in barracks while in the towns. Since the workers were largely, quote, unfree, end quote, Russian industry was organized upon the basis of, quote, capitalist serfdom, end quote. Elements of feudal agriculture and capitalist industry interpenetrated. The, quote, economic tasks, end quote, of the Russian Revolution became those of commodifying agriculture and facilitating the unrestricted creation of a class of really, quote, free laborers, end quote, for exploitation in industry. In other words, they are the tasks of the bourgeois revolution. As in the Western countries, this meant overthrowing the nobility. Since, however, Russian absolutism in the 20th century differed considerably from, say, French absolutism 3 centuries before, the contradictions were not identical. The bourgeoisie in Russia had become anti-revolutionary even before the tasks had been accomplished, and the revolution therefore had to be carried out against it. As the bourgeoisie gradually threw in the bourgeoisie's lot with reaction, it was left to elements among the petty bourgeoisie, schooled in Western ideas and organized Jacobinically, to take its place in the struggle against Tsarism. In time, these forces assumed the leadership of the peasantry, which was revolutionary but politically weak, and of the working class, which may have developed a, quote, independent class policy, end quote, in 1917, but nonetheless remains socially weak in the country as a whole. The revolutionary petty bourgeois intelligentsia found its vanguard first in the broader Russian social democracy, and then more specifically in the Bolshevik Party under Lenin. Although the Bolshevik leadership had originally aimed to collaborate with liberal employers and priests, once in government, the Bolshevik leadership was forced by working-class pressure to undertake the full nationalization of the enterprises. The capitalist economy was not simply appropriated by the state, which had played such a large role in building it up. It was now administered directly by the state bureaucracy. Bolshevik, quote, socialism, end quote, was nothing but, quote, state-organized capitalism, end quote. The GIK's analysis of Soviet conditions, once the Bolsheviks are fully established in power, however, is considerably less impressive. While with scant argumentation, they thus assert that whereas, quote, the proletariat, enchained with the methods of compulsory membership in the trade unions and the terrorism of the Cheka, formed the basis of the Bolshevistic bureaucratically conducted state economy, the peasantry concealed and still conceals in the peasantry's ranks the private capitalist tendencies of that economy, end quote. Tossed back and forth between the, quote, two tendencies, end quote, the Soviet state attempts to, quote, master, end quote, them, but only at the expense of increasing the contradictions. It, quote, over-tensions, end quote, the forces of the workers and peasants. By now the analysis appears mainly rhetorical, and the language is both confused and confusing. There is no clear definition of what the first, quote, tendency, end quote, actually is. The previous rigor vanishes. Quote, the inner character of the Russian economy is determined by the following circumstances. It rests on the foundation of commodity production. It is conducted according to the viewpoints of capitalist profitability. It reveals a decidedly capitalist system of wages and speed up. It has carried the refinements of capitalist rationalization to the utmost limits. Bolshevist economy is state production with capitalist methods, end quote. For your insight into these kinds of things, check out the pieces on the pieces by, for instance, Alexei Gusev on Stalinist industrialization, and also Rainer Traub on what was I going to say? Rainer Traub on Taylorism in the early Soviet Union. But anyway, end quote. All these assertions may well be true, but 4 years after the onset of collectivization, the commodity nature of the product undoubtedly requires to be argued out in full. And if the goal of production is presented as being profitability, this has to be shown unambiguously to be the case, since after the onset of breakneck industrialization, such an idea clearly goes against prima facie impressions. Instead of showing that the surplus product takes a value form, though, the GIK simply assumed that it does and plows on regardless. Further assertions that the surplus value is, quote, pocketed, end quote, by the state by means of the, quote, bureaucratic parasitical apparatus as a whole, end quote, and that part of that value is then passed on to the peasantry, albeit original, fail to compensate for the lack of theoretical foundation. This becomes even clearer once it is realized that the nationalization and mass proletarianization which put an end to NEP were, in terms of accumulation, a major economic success. New section, Buick and Crump's theory. Building upon insights from both the above sources, Buick and Crump take the view that capitalism was never abolished. Not only do Buick and Crump thus avoid giving a Leninist explanation of the, quote, degeneration, end quote, of proletarian revolution due to, quote, isolation, end quote. In fact, Buick and Crump go further and argue that the revolution that did occur was a state capitalist revolution. Buick and Crump then proceed to analyze the Soviet system in terms of a, quote, state capitalist market, end quote. Footnote. Buick and Crump also avoid having defined reasons for the defeat of whatever radical movement there really was among Russian proletarians. It should be noted that one can agree with them that capitalism was never abolished, while still affirming that Bolshevik power was only imposed in opposition to a proletarian revolutionary movement, albeit a weak one. See, for instance, Volin and Jones. Volin, 1947, Jones, 1984, Fernandez, 1985, and Wildcat, 1986 and 1991. Back to the text. Like the SPGB and other council communists, but unlike Tony Cliff, see below, Buick and Crump see the USSR as capitalist because of what the USSR was like internally. That's a very, very important point. Like the SPGB and the council communists, but unlike Cliff, Buick and Crump see the USSR as capitalist because of what it was like internally. Whereas people like Cliff and arguably other people as well, maybe James and Dunayevskaya, they emphasize that, well, especially Cliff. I won't include Dunayevskaya because Dunayevskaya definitely thinks that like the law of value is somehow existing in the Soviet Union in the Stalin period. But for Cliff, there's the idea that the USSR was one giant capitalist firm, and that because of its situation in the world market and then the international geopolitical configuration, external pressure forced, in some sense, forced the bureaucracy to internally adopt capitalist methods for maximum accumulation of capital. Again, I don't think in the mass accumulation of capital via extreme exploitation of the direct producers, and I don't think I think a lot of time I think capital is not posed as like a social relationship, but as like is characterized kind of like dead labor as such, right? They kind of have used Marxist terminology. In my opinion, it seems like, and I'd have to look at the text, but just like going off the cuff here, it seems like they use the term capital to mean just dead labor, which in my mind is just a Marxist way of saying pre-existing created wealth that can produce new wealth in the future as capital, which is the bourgeois explanation of what capital is, as opposed to Marxist conceptualization of what capital is as a process. Referring to capital merely as dead labor is infinitely too transhistorical to give it a purpose, but give it significant meaning, and particularly give it a meaning in the sense of is used by Marx. Anyway, that's not what even I was talking about, but that Tony Cliff had the idea that the USSR was one giant capitalist, and that what made it capitalist was not the internal relations between production sites, whether there was actual market competition between separate production units in the USSR, or that prices were in some sense determined by market dimensions, but by the sheer fact, the fact of the exploitation and the methods used in production to pump surplus from the working class, which were capitalist, right? So that's why I said that line is significant. Anyway, they consequently begin their exposition in what seems an eminently sensible fashion, they being Crump and Buick. Quote, to say that state capitalism is a variety of capitalism may be a tautology, but it brings out the need to be clear on what capitalism is before embarking on any discussion of what state capitalism might be, end quote. Capitalism they define as a class society with 6 essential characteristics: generalized commodity production, where nearly all wealth is produced for sale in the market; investment of capital in production with a view to obtaining a monetary profit; wage labor, regulation of production by the market via competitive struggle for profit; accumulation of capital in a single world economy. In Crump and Buick's discussion of state capitalist revolution, Crump and Buick explain how capitalist revolutions are not always carried out by the bourgeoisie. Thus, in Japan, the revolution of 1868 was led by samurai. So it was led by samurai, but was, quote, no less capitalist in its effects than the French Revolution of 1789. For both succeeded in creating an environment in which commodity production and wage labor could develop further, end quote. Countries particularly susceptible to state capitalist revolution tended to be those which were backward, quote, unable to accumulate sufficient capital rapidly, and hence to modernize at an acceptable rate, end quote, and under either, quote, the threat or the actuality of foreign domination, end quote. In the Russian context, Buick and Crump also mention the important role the Tsarist state played in the industry prior to 1917, a role which hindered the emergence of a revolutionary bourgeoisie. Buick and Crump's theory concerning the specific nature of state capitalism is contained in a chapter on the, quote, capitalist dynamics of state capitalist economies, end quote. That chapter might be on this channel, I'm not sure, but there is pieces by Adam Buick on state capitalism in the USSR on this channel. The model Buick and Crump develop has 7 main features: state ownership of the principal means of production, generalized wage labor, generalized use of money and monetary calculation, a free market for consumer goods, a market for producer goods that is closely monitored and, quote, directed, end quote, by the state, widespread, quote, planning, end quote, in the form of state allocation, target setting, price fixing, and direction of capital flows between sectors, and a sizable black market. Since it cannot seriously be denied that accumulation was the basic motive of Soviet production, even despite the stagnation which began under Brezhnev and led in 1990 to officially recognized negative growth, the core of Buick and Crump's argument that the USSR was capitalist relates to two subjects in particular: wage labor and the market. It can be shown that these were the fundamental bases of the Soviet economic system, then their particular, quote, capitalist, end quote, argument will prevail. Buick and Crump argue for the existence of a Soviet labor market and hence wage labor by stressing that, quote, enterprises have always retained a degree of independence, end quote, and that this has been especially manifest in the sphere of adjusting wages and working conditions. Even the draconian restrictions on labor mobility introduced in certain jobs, such as between 1940 and 1956, when it was illegal to change jobs without permission, have always proved unenforceable in the long term. Annual labor turnover was 48% in 1956, the year the ban was removed, and fell only to about 20% by the early 1980s, a level that clearly cannot be dismissed as unimportant. Footnote: as Sapir has shown, job hopping was far more frequent among young workers. The annual rate of job changing for workers aged 20 to 25 reached some 50 to 65%. End footnote. I'm not sure at what time that footnote was referring to. I guess it's like the 80s. But I think Sapir is kind of like in the similar area to like Shaul Bettelheim on in terms of his state capitalist analysis of the USSR. One can assume that most of the workers who changed their jobs, as, quote, an average, end quote, worker might do once every 5 years, did so because they wanted to. Moreover, in the late Brezhnev period, almost all hiring took place either at the factory gates or at the labor exchange. See Sapir 1984, page 61, Lane 1987, and Marney 1990. So, with whatever limitations, and there were many, labor was to a substantial degree, quote, free. It's worth anchoring this point with reference to Marx, who devoted a chapter of Capital to the sale and purchase of labor power. For Marx, labor power could appear on the market as a commodity only if the worker really possessed it. That is, if he disposed of it as a, quote, free proprietor, end quote. The wage laborer is the possessor of his labor capacity, and hence, quote, end quote, hence of his person, end quote. Marx. It is thus clear that labor turnover and competition to employ workers provides a strong argument for the existence of wage labor in the USSR. We disregard here the question of the concentration camps, where labor was not at all free. The present context is that of work in the rest of the economy alone. Although there is little problem in identifying a consumer market in food, clothing, and so on, problems arise when Buick and Crump endeavor to show the existence of an enterprise goods market. Thus, first they mention that Soviet planning was based on guesswork, approximation, and often just, quote, wishful statements of intent, end quote. In other words, as Tickton has shown, it was not real planning. And then they state their approval of the Maoist Bettelheim's argument that Soviet planning was in fact no more than the planning of market transactions. In this particular case, the fact that Bettelheim was a Maoist seems irrelevant, but it kind of seems like it's just like, look at this piece of shit, this guy's shitty politics and what they mean for social science. But while I agree with that doesn't automatically make what Bettelheim has to say about it, the matter wrong. Indeed, I would say that Bettelheim not only I don't remember if he influences Krumper and Buick or not. It's been a little while since I read their work. But Bettelheim also influenced Paresh Chattopadhyay, who's definitely a council communist of some kind. One of the things that I think also is that a lot of the thing that comment that Bettelheim made, I think is pretty consistent with what Bordiga has to say about the nature of competing economic units in the Soviet Union. Back to the text. On Bettelheim, see below, section 1.8. In other words, quote, quote, the quote plan, end quote, does not abolish exchange relations between enterprises, but merely attempts, not too successfully, to quantify the exchanges in advance, end quote. Physical inflows of equipment are simply balanced by corresponding outflows of money. On the one hand, they seem to be saying there was no successful planning, or at least not much, but instead there was competition between enterprises. On the other, even if there had been planning, it would still have been the market that was being planned. Buick and Crump's attempt to square this circle undermines their entire theory of the state capitalist market. In answering the anticipated objection that buying and selling between Soviet enterprises was a purely formal matter, since enterprises were prevented from dealing with each other independently and directly, they naturally arrive at the question of price, recalling that although commodities do not normally sell at their value in, quote, private capitalism, end quote, it is still value that, quote, ultimately determines prices, end quote. They then accept that, quote, if, in the capitalist countries, exchange between enterprises occurs at prices which were established entirely arbitrarily by the state, the case for seeing this as genuine commodity exchange would be weakened. Yet what, in fact, ultimately determines state capitalist prices is once again value, ... The process of extracting surplus value can be accomplished efficiently only when suitable indicators for measuring value exist, in the form of money prices which take into account the law of value. Certain state capitalist prices do not directly reflect value, but ... This is not the case in private capitalism either ... The refracting effect of planning modifies but does not cancel the commodity status of the means of production in state capitalism. End quote. Buick and Crump. A consideration of basic Soviet economics will make their mistake clear. In general, producer prices did not reflect considerations of monetary ruble profit to any great extent, and in any case, the main indicator was hardly ever ruble profit, but almost always gross output. It might be argued with reference to the above extract from Buick and Crump that the process of extracting surplus value was therefore inefficient, since ruble prices simply did not adequately take into account the law of value. But the reality was that producer prices, not being determined principally by the drive for maximum ruble profit, did not direct the law of value in the usual way. Instead, they reflected, quote, the preference of the center or whoever, had, end bracket, most control in fixing the prices at any one time, end quote. Moreover, quote, changes in price in the producer goods sector had only secondary effects since the physical target was all important, end quote. Tickton, 1976. In other words, ruble price did not play the all-important mediating role in the producer goods sector. Neither its formation nor its effects were prime determinants in decisions as to output, distribution, or use. In making this point, Tickton speaks of the need to analyze, quote, the blend of force, administration, self-interest, and price, end quote. Rather than taking this approach, Buick and Crump do not begin with empirical reality. Instead, Buick and Crump's argument concerning the, quote, state capitalist market, end quote, seems to be that since the USSR is capitalist, prices, quote, must, end quote, reflect value. We would suggest that this confusion of function with form stems from an over-eagerness to compare the USSR to the countries ruled by the bourgeoisie. What up?
Everything and nothing.
New section, Wildt's theory. In some ways, Wildt's theory can likewise be placed within a political area quite close to that of council communism. In the article that's being referenced here, Totalitarian State Capitalism, I'm assuming is what's being referenced here. Andreas Wildt makes repeated references to council communism. Having as Wildt's main aim the unification of a political theory of totalitarianism with a political economic theory of, quote, state capitalism, Wildt cites with approval the council communist insistence on the, quote, counter-revolutionary historical function of Bolshevism, end quote, and the, quote, transformation of capitalism as a whole promoted by fascism and Stalinism, end quote, Wildt. After outlining an original framework for an understanding of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, Wildt then attempts to make use of that framework in the development of a non-liberal theory of totalitarianism. It is Wildt's overall approach to Soviet, quote, state capitalism, which is relevant here. Wildt may not study the Soviet economy in any great depth, but even so, Wildt's work is useful in that he describes explicitly a certain critical attitude towards the applicability of Marxist categories. Quote, it is argued that one can speak of capitalism only in a market economy, i.e. an economy with a division of labor and independent producing commodity economic units that relate to one another through competition in the marketplace, ... Of course, Marx occasionally says that market competition is a necessary condition for, quote, capital. But Marx and Engels' discussions of the abolition of, quote, private production, end quote, or of, quote, capital as private property, end quote, in stock companies, trust, and cooperative factories are not entirely applicable, since these forms of organization, as well as partial nationalization, government contracts, etc., do not abolish the market economy. If market competition were to be part of the definition of capitalism, it is unlikely that Marx is really all that concerned with distinguishing the, quote, inner nature, end quote, of capitalism from those phenomena, end quote. Wildt. The translation here could doubtless be improved, but Wildt's point is that if Marx had seen the market economy as the one capitalist economic form which underlay all the others, he surely would have said so more often when actually analyzing them. In itself, such an abstract assertion is not very interesting, since even taken as a whole, Marx's work is evidently incapable of providing all that is needed for a theoretical critique of modern capitalism, either within the USSR or without. In itself, such an abstract assertion is not very interesting, since even taken as a whole, Marx's work is evidently incapable of providing all that is needed for a theoretical critique of modern capitalism, either within the USSR or without. Capitalist forms continue to develop historically. History does not stop. But that is something of which Wildt is not aware. As his next point shows, he writes as follows, quote, as for the systematic description of capital, a dialectical, quote, development, end quote, can be interpreted so radically that in the course of development the categories with which the description begins, commodities and money, are not just critically relativized, specific and completed, but abolished, end quote. Above all, he puts the emphasis on the most fundamental definition of capital itself, namely as, quote, a disjointed movement of the self-exploitation of value, end quote. Parenthesis, quote, self-expansion, end quote, might be a better translation. Yeah, because that last sentence doesn't really make sense, and parenthesis. In Wildt's reading of Marx, quote, disjointedness and self-exploitation are more central, ... than commodity and money. and are followed by the definitions of the, quote, domination of reified labor over living labor, end quote. ... Accordingly, what is decisive for capitalism is not the products of labor take the form of commodities, but the structural pressure for accumulation, which is realized through the exploitation of the commodity, quote, labor power, end quote. Whether this compulsion for accumulation is the result of market competition or otherwise is secondary, end quote. Wilt. There are many things wrong with this view. For instance, it is impossible to sustain a concept of value in the absence of a concept of exchange value. Fucking amen to that. See, that seems so important, you know? The replacement of living labor by dead labor, or the dominance of living labor over dead labor, does not seem like it's a necessarily exclusive to capitalism, or at least like theoretically, maybe not historically, but theoretically. It also seems to me that like value has like a process, like it's a value has to be realized, and the place in which it is realized seems to be the market, or where exchange takes place, if that's easier to digest. Like the idea of just like accumulating value with any kind of relationship to like sales and purchases is kind of off base to me. Anyway, sorry, you don't need to hear from me that much. For instance, it is impossible to sustain a concept of value in the absence of a concept of exchange value. You know, exchange value being the necessary form of appearance of value. That's a side note for myself. And goods which possess an exchange value are by definition commodities. Second, Wilt does not define what it was that Soviet workers were paid in return for selling their labor power, which was non-monetary in nature. In the conventional view, of course, wage labor is by definition bought with money. Third, one might add that whatever a commodity is exchanged for, including if that commodity is labor power, or the contents of the wage packet, must surely itself be a commodity. Wilt's concept of value without commodities and of wage labor without money are prima facie insupportable, and at any rate are very poorly founded. As will become clear in Chapter 3, however, the most useful critique one can make is that of the concept of, quote, disjointedness, end quote, is left completely undeveloped. If capital is defined as disjointed, then one must be able to define further at least two functional elements within which those interrelations, within it, whose interrelation is disjointed in nature. It is, indeed, precisely as such elements that Marx presents money and the commodity in the book Capital. Wilt, however, fails to consider in any concrete fashion the form which Soviet capital's disjointedness may actually have taken. The only non-market form which he does present, namely the totalitarian state machine, remains not only singular and, quote, undisjointed, end quote, but also essentially political rather than political economic. It must be acknowledged that Wilt shows courage and imagination in daring to develop Marx's conception, quote, beyond Marx, end quote. However, Wilt's argument that capitalism exists in the USSR remains at bottom that of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, namely that capitalism reigns wherever there is a, quote, structural pressure for accumulation realized through the exploitation of the commodity, quote, labor power, end quote, end quote. Wilt's originality lies in the view that this is so even when other commodities and money are absent. Unfortunately, though, since Wilt offers no alternative definition of capital to Marx's formula, money, commodity, money, prime, parentheses, see chapter 3 below, end parentheses, Wildt's use of the term, quote, capitalism, end quote, actually explains very little. Footnote. For his part, Maceros does provide an alternative definition of capital. In his view of the, quote, developed capital relation prevalent in the USSR as much as in the West demands the existence of 1. The separation and alienation of the objective conditions of the labor process from labor itself. 2. The superimposition of such objectified and alienated conditions over the workers as a separate power exercising command over labor. 3. The personification of capital as, quote, egotistic value, end quote. The personification of capital as, quote, egotistic value, end quote, with its usurped subjectivity and pseudo-personality, pursuing its own self-expansion with a will of its own, in the form of setting as its internalized aim the fulfillment of the expansionary imperatives of capital as such, and 4. The equivalent personification of labor, i.e. the personification of the workers as, quote, labor, end quote, destined to enter a contractual economic or a politically regulated dependency relation with the historically prevailing type of capital, confining the subject identity of this, quote, labor, end quote, to its fragmentary productive functions. Whether we think of the category of, quote, labor as wage labor under capitalism or as the norm-fulfilling and over-fulfilling, quote, socialist worker, end quote, under the post-capitalist system, with the latter's own form of vertical and horizontal division of labor, end quote. Maceros. I'm assuming that was a quote. Capitalism, however, extends only over, quote, that particular phase of capital production, end quote, where 1. Production for exchange is all-pervasive. 2. Labor power is treated as a commodity. 3. The drive for profit is the fundamental regulatory force of production. 4. The vital mechanism for the extraction of surplus value. The radical separation of the means of production from the producers assumes an inherently economic form. 5. The economically extracted surplus value is privately appropriated by the members of the capitalist class. 6. Following its own economic imperative of growth and expansion, capital production tends towards a global integration through the intermediary of the world market, ... end quote. Maceros. In the USSR, apparently, whereas the conditions for the existence of capital did obtain, 5 of the 6 necessary for the existence of capitalism did not, and even number 4 exists only in a way that involved a form of, quote, involved a form of regulation of the extraction of surplus labor, which was, quote, political rather than, quote, economic. Hence, the system was not capitalist. It is instructive to look at what Maceros thinks the USSR actually was, that is, quote, post-capitalist, end quote, and why. Thus, Maceros writes that, quote, the political mode of extracting surplus labor became necessary in the Soviet system because it was structurally incompatible with the objective requirements of setting up and maintaining in operation a post-revolutionary labor market. This is what made it genuinely post-capitalist, in that the socioeconomic reproduction process could not be regulated in it by a clearly identifiable and effectively functioning plurality of private capitals, end quote. Maceros. The theorizing is evidently extremely unclear. How can the establishment of a labor market be a, quote, objective requirement, end quote, in a so-called, quote, post-revolutionary period, end quote? And to take the final sentence in this extract, what exactly was it of what is purported to have been the case that demonstrates that capitalism was non-existent? Was it the absence of a plurality of private capitals, or the lack of a, quote, clear identification, end quote, of such a plurality? Was it the, quote, ineffective functioning, end quote, of such a plurality, or was it the other than private nature of the capitals within it? Maceros does not say. Moreover, the distinction which he draws between two forms of control over surplus extraction, economic and political, does not quite hide the fact that he refers to surplus value in relation to the first form but not the second. The implication, although that is all it remains, is sure that the Soviet surplus product took a form other than that of surplus value. But the idea of, quote, developed, end quote, capital without surplus value is absurd. We would also point out that Masero's convoluted style of expression hardly compensates for the absence of definition of terms such as, quote, economic, quote, political, and, quote, private. At least one implication of the term, quote, post-capitalist, end quote, though it is somewhat, at least one implication of the term, quote, post-capitalist, end quote, though is somewhat clearer, namely that capitalism was got rid of. And here we reach one of the main underlying ideas, which is that capital can be superseded only in the course of a period which begins once a, quote, revolution has abolished capitalism. During this period, quote, capital maintains its by no means unrestricted rule primarily through, 1, the material imperatives which circumscribe the possibilities of the totality of life processes. 2, the inherited social division of labor, notwithstanding its significant modifications, contradicts the, quote, development of free individualities, end quote. 3, the objective structure of the available production apparatus, including plant and machinery, and of the historically developed and restricted form of scientific knowledge, ... and 4, the links and interconnections of the post-revolutionary societies with the global system of capitalism, whether these assume the form of a, quote, peaceful competition, end quote, commercial and cultural exchange, e.g. commercial and cultural exchange, or that of a potentially deadly opposition, ... end quote, Maseros, 1977. We will simply observe that whereas the first and third points are vague to the point of irrelevance, the second assumes some of what must be proved, and the fourth is straightforwardly leftist. The trend to be followed during the period is not predetermined. If it is to be towards the abolition of capital, then according to this view there will have to be, quote, material and moral incentives, end quote, of a, quote, egalitarian, end quote, kind, functioning under conditions which are not those of, quote, market socialism, end quote, but where instead people will, quote, control what they are involved in, end quote. For some reason there is still a, quote, economic surplus, end quote, but the, quote, mode of regulating its production... One second. So for some reason there is still a, quote, economic surplus, end quote, but the, quote, mode of regulating economic surplus as production and allocation, end quote, is transformed. The, quote, old state's protective functions vis-a-vis the capital system, end quote, are taken over, but at the same time there is a, quote, successful articulation, end quote, a, quote, successful articulation, end quote, of the, quote, autonomous and positive regulatory functions through which the associated producers can put to their chosen ends the fruits of their surplus labor, end quote. This articulation will be, quote, non-hierarchical, end quote. We note in passing that he does not say whether or not the, quote, incentives, end quote, he posits will take a monetary form. To his credit, when he discusses the nature of, quote, communal social relations, end quote, he does not seem to assume money's non-existence, but he does not, in the 500,000 words of Beyond Capital, include any discussion of money's abolition. If, on the other hand, the politically regulated extraction of surplus labor is controlled not by the associated producers, but rather by a political authority imposed on them, the trend will be quite different, and capital will find a new personification. This is what it did in Soviet Russia in the form of state bureaucrats. Notably, though, he does not explain how capital would ever continue to exist without a personification, when he has previously posited personification in one kind or another as one of its necessary conditions of existence, at least in its, quote, developed, end quote, form. His consideration of the question of transition becomes even less convincing when, clearly building on the implicit assumption that a revolution abolished capitalism in Russia in 1917, Mazares makes the curious statement that, quote, Lenin could not envisage the possibility of an objective contradiction between the dictatorship of the proletariat and the proletariat itself, end quote, Mazares. Mazares' view of more recent possibilities in the, quote, post-revolutionary societies, end quote, sick, of a, sick, end parenthesis, of a Soviet type is far from radical. Thus he writes that, quote, positive developments may be envisaged only if the system finds some way of achieving an effective, institutionally underpinned distribution of political power, even if very limited in the first place, which does not represent a danger to the prevailing mode of extracting surplus labor as such. Which does not represent a danger to the prevailing mode of extracting surplus labor as such, although of necessity it would question the particular manifestations and excesses of surplus extraction. In other words, quote, decentralization, quote, diversification, quote, autonomy, and the like must be implemented in post-revolutionary societies as, in the first place, political principles in order to be meaningful at all, end quote, Mazares. The context is that of opposing the introduction of the market. But nonetheless, this is hardly a communist alternative. The understanding of Soviet capital on a more abstract level is similarly weak. In Chapter 3, we discussed the nature of the category of capital in some detail, but for the moment, let us recall that capital, in capital's modern, not pre-capitalist form, as understood by Marx, is of course self-expanding value. That is, value which necessarily accrues surplus value. Second, value can only exist if production for exchange is generalized. Third, as we pointed out in relation to the position held by Wilt, the expansion of value requires that it take the alternating form of the commodity and money. And fourth, the generalized rule of self-expanding value implies wage labor. If Mazares disagrees with any of these points, Mazares does not say why, but unless they are shown to be false, Mazares' somewhat odd belief that the USSR, whilst being ruled by capital, did not meet the conditions necessary for capitalism, is punctured straight away. This is particularly clear in relation to his admission to give adequate support to his view that there was no wage labor. He accepts, with reference to Stalin's work of 1952, that a, quote, quasi-market, end quote, existed through which labor was, quote, compensated, end quote, for the effort expended in production. But Mazares states the defining characteristic of a labor market is not that the parties involved in the labor market are, quote, simply, quote, buyers and sellers, end quote, end quote. On the contrary, it is the operation of these parties as, quote, particular personifications of the structurally entrenched but necessarily particularized capital relation, i.e., particular personifications of both capital and labor, who enter into a contractual relationship of commercial transaction with one another, end quote. Without saying anything about Soviet workers' wage packets, Mazares states that since the parties did not operate in this way in the USSR, there was no labor market. Even in his own terms, however, it is not at all clear that they did not operate in this way. Thus, in his very definition of the necessary conditions for capital's existence, he writes, quote, it is also important to stress here that it is not the bureaucrat who produces the perverse Soviet-type capital system, but rather the inherited and reconstituted post-capitalist form of capital gives rise to its own personification in the form of the bureaucrat, as the post-capitalist equivalent to the formerly economic extraction-oriented capital system, which had to give rise to the private capitalist, end quote. But is this motto to say, it's not motto, is this not to say that the Soviet bureaucrats were, quote, particular personifications, end quote, of capital? Later, Maseres states that, quote, capital's controlling functions, end quote, were vested, quote, in the party as such and not in particular individuals, end quote. And that party leaders were, quote, genuine personifications of capital in their collective capacity only, end quote. But this would seem only to create further confusion. Given that each individual bureaucrat evidently did control something, how could he do so without personifying capital, when it was surely precisely through exercising control functions that the bureaucracy as a, quote, collective, end quote, did personify capital? How could, quote, collective, end quote, control be exercised other than through individual bureaucrats? Nor is the critique strengthened when Maseres looks at the form of labor. See below, chapter 5, note 12. Thus, as well as offering insufficient support for his contention that there was no capitalism, he offers an incomplete theory of why there was capital. End footnote. New section. The Johnson-Forrest tendencies theory. Another view of, quote, another view of Soviet, quote, state capitalism, end quote, was put forward by James and Dunayevskaya, who lent their respective pseudonyms J.R. Johnson and F. Forrest to a tendency which emerged within American Trotskyism in 1941 and lasted for 10 years. Footnote. James and Dunayevskaya began their collaboration as the leaders of the minority tendency 1941 to 47 within the Workers' Party in the United States, eventually ending their involvement in the Trotskyist movement in 1950. Their increasing and important recognition of the autonomous power of the workers then led both to formulate positions in opposition to traditional Leninist vanguardism. I would say that they had a conception of themselves as Leninists at this point. Even after breaking with Trotskyism and obviously Stalinism, well, they never broke with it, they never were Stalinists, but they definitely had some kind of conception of themselves as Leninists. C.L.R. James had a very, an extremely problematic understanding of the relationship between Lenin and workers' control or workers' self-activity. There's a piece by a guy named Matthew Quest, and I can't remember the exact title of the thing. It might be like the historical contradictions of C.L.R. James's understanding of Lenin and workers' democracy or something like that. But I got that from Insurgent Notes, so check out Insurgent Notes. Rest in peace, Lauren Goldner. Learned a lot from Lauren Goldner, and I think Insurgent Notes concentrated a lot of things that a lot of authors that I wouldn't have read otherwise into a single piece. So that project really opened up a certain political world for me. At least in theory. I'm just an armchair, but, you know. Their increasing and important recognition of the autonomous power of workers then led both to formulate positions in opposition to traditional Leninist vanguardism. James cooperated for a time with long-standing defenders of workers' autonomy, working within Council Communism and the group Socialisme ou Barbarie, but eventually came to base his politics mainly upon anti-imperialist nationalism. Meanwhile, Dunayevskaya became the founding figure of idealist Hegelian, quote, Marxist humanism, end quote. It should perhaps be added that neither James nor Dunayevskaya ever arrived at explicit opposition to Leninism in its entirety. That's what I was saying. I can't speak on Dunayevskaya, but I can definitely speak on James. After James and Dunayevskaya ended their cooperation in 1955, it soon became clear that no love was lost between them. It is thus undoubtedly unfortunate that a satisfactory, nonpartisan analysis of the tendency's development has yet to appear in English. No love. I was forgetting. I've asked. I think I actually emailed Peter Hudis on this, and he gave me. I think he has a piece about the philosophical contradictions of C.L.R. James. Anyway, back to the text. End footnote. Although later to follow widely divergent trajectories, James and Dunayevskaya would both always keep to the original, quote, state capitalist view, end quote. The original, quote, state capitalist, end quote, view, upon whose development they cooperated. The tendency's main theoretical work on the USSR was published by Dunayevskaya in the form of two series of articles appearing between 1942 and 1947. In the first series, she describes two phenomena in particular. First, the significant growth of Department 1, means of production, relative to Department 2, means of consumption, and second, the related fall in working class living standards since the start of the first 5-year plan in 1928. At this time, Dunayevskaya does not present these two factors as adequate proof of the continuation of the continued operation of the law of value, but later she not only does this, but she also asserts quite incorrectly that she has already done so in earlier work. Footnote: this work was in fact written in August 1943, not long after the publication of the first series. End footnote. Since, however, it is quite easy to draw up models of non-capitalist societies where these factors are also present, as they are, for example, in the model, quote, bureaucratic collectivisms, end quote, of Schachtman and Rizzi, Dunayevskaya undoubtedly stands on very weak ground. Footnote: whether these models would be feasible in practice is quite another matter. End footnote. A more precise application of Marx's method would show that before theorizing the, quote, law of value, end quote, one must first show the existence of value itself and its form, exchangeability, rather than just its effects. In comparison, Dunayevskaya's more specific work on the mechanics of value accumulation is considerably stronger. If at first she simply describes the turnover tax and the official profit motive as being accumulation's two, quote, handmaidens, end quote, in 1942 and 43, in the second series she concentrates more usefully upon the various categories which Marx saw as necessary ingredients of capitalism. Taking first of all the category of profit, Dunayevskaya begins by dealing with the official Soviet position that the USSR is not capitalist because there is no systematic equalization of the profit rate. Ostensibly, quote, capital does not migrate where it is most profitable, but where the state directs it, end quote. Dunayevskaya demolishes this argument by explaining that profit does not at all, quote, have the same meaning in Russia as it does in classical capitalism. The light industries show greater profits, if not because of the greater productivity of labor, but because of the state-imposed turnover tax, which gives an entirely fictitious, quote, profit, end quote, to that industry. In reality, it is merely the medium through which the state, not industry, siphons off anything, quote, extra, end quote, it gave the worker by means of wages. It could not do the same things through the channel of heavy industry because the workers do not eat its products. That is why this, quote, profit, end quote, attracts neither capital nor the individual agents of capital. Dunayevskaya continues, quote, precisely because the words profit and loss have assumed a different meaning, the individual agents of capital do not go to the most, quote, profitable, end quote, enterprises even as capital itself does not. For the very same reason that the opposite was characteristic of classic capitalism. The individual agent's share of surplus value is greater in heavy industry. The salary of the director of a billion-dollar trust depends not on whether the trust shows a profit or not, but basically upon the magnitude of the capital that he manages." End quote. Dunievskaya. What, quote, "state capitalism," end quote, "has changed, in this view, is the, quote, mode of appropriation," end quote, by the agents of capital of their respective shares of the global surplus value. Dunievskaya points out that at no time in the history of capitalism has the agent of capital realized directly the surplus value extracted in its particular factory. Instead, the capitalist has only participated in the distribution of surplus value, quote, "to the extent that his individual capital was able to exert pressure on this aggregate capital. This pressure in Russia is exerted not through competition but state planning," end quote. Dunievskaya. What is impressive here is that Dunievskaya does not try to defend the view that what the Soviet state says is, quote, "profit," end quote, actually is profit. She prefers instead to undertake a functional analysis of the cycle of capital accumulation as it really takes place, regardless of what things are called. In doing so, she finds that that ruble profit can qualify only as, quote, "profit," or, quote, "fictitious profit," end quote, and that the mechanism of distribution of surplus value is quite distinct from that which operates under classical capitalism. These are highly significant theoretical achievements. Unfortunately, though, Dunievskaya does not provide adequate answers to the questions her work raises. First and foremost, if ruble profit is only, quote, "profit," end quote, then what form does profit, without the inverted commas, actually take? Second, in what way do individual capitals exert pressures on aggregate capital? Since the very idea of pressure by parts upon the whole implies some sort of competition, the view that such pressure is exerted by means of state planning would appear to represent a mere reinterpretation of the official position. A similar criticism can be made of Dunievskaya's discussion of Soviet money, which Dunievskaya sees as the means through which prices and wages are equated in the supply and demand for consumption goods. In Department 2, at least, as long as profit is interpreted as meaning, quote, "more money," end quote, and Dunievskaya does not reject this conventional interpretation, there would seem to be no reason to distinguish between profit and, quote, "profit," end quote, so long as a similar distinction is not drawn between money and money, end quote, money. In other words, if money is unambiguous, then profit should be so too. To put the same point differently, if profit is not what profit seems, then nor is money. Admittedly, Dunievskaya considers money only in the context of consumer goods, but rather than providing a defense, this in fact only makes the inadequacy of Dunievskaya's consideration of money more apparent. It was, of course, crucial to Marx's critique of capitalist political economy that money be understood to be divided between two departments. Despite these weaknesses, however, the Johnson-Forrest tendency undoubtedly deserves credit for endeavoring to nuance its theory of state capitalism with a consideration of the empirically operative reality of the capitalist category of surplus value. It can only be regretted, therefore, that in considering the nature of Soviet capitalism in a subsequent book on, quote, "state capitalism," end quote, James focuses merely on the tendency towards the personification of capital by bureaucrats and on the intensified exploitation of workers. I'm assuming that's state capitalism or world revolution, which is on this channel, and fails even to reiterate, let alone make more profound, the points derived earlier from the application of a, quote, "categorical," end quote, approach. The similarly disappointing work later published by Dunievskaya as a, quote, "Marxist humanist," end quote, philosopher, which is there's the chapters on state capitalism from Marxism and Freedom are on this channel. Let me repeat that sentence. Sorry, I had to interrupt with my own plug. The similarly disappointing work later published by Dostoevskaya as a, quote, Marxist humanist, end quote, philosopher, in which she largely restricts her attention to a recounting of nuts and bolts data about purges, camps, and Stakhanovism, demonstrates that neither of the tendencies' leaders was able to break the theoretical impasse any more than the other. Footnote. As we show below in Chapter 6, though, the theoretical impasse which they reached in their consideration of the nature of the system in the USSR did not then prevent them from adding meaningfully to the understanding of the class struggle in that country. New section, Munice's theory. Footnote. The founder of the Spanish section of organized Trotskyism during the Spanish Civil War, Muniz Grandizo, continued to be its leader once it was exiled to Mexico. Although his, quote, state capitalist and non-defensist view of the USSR would eventually lead him to reject Trotskyism, Muniz's sympathetic view of Bolshevism and his belief in the need for the leadership of the working class by a Leninist vanguard party remained heavily influenced by Trotsky. Correspondingly, Muniz denies that the imposition of Stalinism represented primitive capitalist accumulation and, quote, the beginning of a social era, end quote. One should have thought it self-evident, however, that the proletarianization of scores of millions of peasants and the breakneck industrialization and urbanization, which have never been reversed, did indeed involve the move to a new way of life for the majority of the population. For a presentation of the politics of this tendency, see FOR 1965. End footnote. Emerging from Trotskyism around the same time, Muniz takes similar care to consider the USSR in terms of some of the categories presented by Marx in volumes 1 and 2 of Capital. In Muniz's case, though, the categories understood to be the most crucial are not profit and money, but rather the various portions of the overall social product. According to Marx, of course, the social product under capitalism can be divided into three parts: constant capital, or C, variable capital, V, and surplus value, S. These specifically capitalist forms can be expressed in relation to more general terms, applicable not only to capitalism, but to any society which produces in excess of the immediate needs of the producers. Thus, constant capital is simply the form taken under capitalism by the material means of production, both fixed and circulating. Variable capital is the capitalist form of the portion of the product which meets the socially determined consumption needs of the producers, and surplus value is the capitalist form of the surplus product. Muniz's argument is that in the USSR each of these portions take a recognizably capitalist form, and so does the mode of production. Muniz makes this argument by first offering a model of, quote, planning, which Muniz seems to see as an adequate definition of communism. Using constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value somewhat confusingly to denote the more general terms, Muniz then argues that whereas under capitalism surplus value is appropriated by and in the interest of a specific social stratum, categorie, which then splits it into investment and consumption portions, in a planned economy, the capitalization (sic) of surplus value is now governed solely by the needs of consumption, that is, by variable capital, end parenthesis. If on one hand, the surplus now passes wholly and directly into new means of production, and is no longer split into two parts, on the other hand, the very expansion of the means of production is itself directed solely towards the enlargement of consumption. Quote, the fulcrum of the constant capital, variable capital surplus value bracket relation end bracket passes fully from surplus value to variable capital end quote. Muniz. Footnote. Muniz's presentation of this train of thought as being the commonly acknowledged Marxian one is highly questionable, since at no time in his life did Marx himself write of a future, quote, society of transition or, quote, transitional society, end quote. See Buick, 1975. I believe that's probably referring to Adam Buick's essay, The Myth of the Transitional Society. Furthermore, the young Marx states outright that communism will embody the, quote, true resolution of the strife between freedom and necessity, end quote. In short, rather than, quote, freeing, end quote, work, communism abolishes work, as Marx and Engels also say explicitly. Such a revolutionary transformation can hardly be reconciled with the continued existence of a categorical gulf between, quote, immediate needs, end quote, and subjective requirements, or indeed with a division between the necessary product and the, quote, surplus, end quote, between variable capital and surplus value. Admittedly, later in Volume 3 of Capital, Marx suggests that the twin realms of freedom and necessity will not altogether be superseded. But even so, his vision of communist society most definitely still centers upon the, quote, development of human powers as an end in itself, end quote. This cannot be reduced to, quote, planning for consumption, end quote. See Muniz, 1975, end footnote. Muniz then assumes that in the years following 1917, Soviet Russia was, quote, in the first stage of the society of transition, end quote. Muniz admits that some strata still benefited from surplus value, even if the only example Muniz gives is that of the non-party technicians. Footnote. The remuneration of experts in the, quote, transitional society, end quote, is a question of special interest to Leninists. Cliff, for example, in discussing the increase in differentials between experts and workers under Stalin, produces figures according to which no exploitative relationship exists when a specialist receives a salary of a mere 6 times greater than the wage of an unskilled worker, but one does exist with the differential when the differential rises to 17. Such matters are a complete non-issue for those who hold the view that the proletarian revolution, the same thing as transition, abolishes money, wage labor, and private appropriation. End footnote. But since, in Muniz's view, quote, the working population, was in possession of the instruments of labor and disposed, but since in his view, quote, variable capital, the working population was in possession of the instruments of labor and disposed of the distribution of surplus value, end quote. The state of affairs was qualitatively wholly different from the, quote, systematic exploitation of surplus value practiced by the Stalinist bureaucracy, end quote. Muniz. Under Stalinism, surplus value is not in the hands of, quote, society, end quote. Under Stalinism, it is in the hands of a particular stratum or category. In short, surplus value is once again the fulcrum of production. In line with the establishment of domination by the bureaucracy, the surplus adopts anew its former character as surplus value. Looking then at this actual material composition of surplus value, Muniz focuses especially on military production and the luxury consumption of the elite, quote, privileged caste, end quote. Military production he sees as especially important, occurring as it does in the sole interest of the bureaucracy, insofar as the latter does not seek, quote, world revolution, end quote. Meanwhile, whilst it might be possible to imagine that all of surplus value could be plowed into constant capital, even in a, quote, society of transition, end quote, one could not conceive of the development of production in such a society permitting the uninterrupted growth of constant capital for 10 or 20 years without a consequent growth in the consumption of variable capital. In actual fact, the intelligentsia's living standards are soared as those of the working class have plummeted. It would perhaps be too easy to criticize Munice's view of Soviet conditions following 1917. Thus, Muniz conceptualizes surplus value without capitalism, assumes without argument that production occurred for a time on the basis of a, quote, society of transition, end quote, inadequately nuances the term, quote, bureaucracy, end quote, draws the figure of 10 to 20 years seemingly out of thin air, and remains implicitly burdened with the insupportable Trotskyist view that the adoption in 1925 of the ideology of, quote, socialism in one country, end quote, constituted a major turning point. Footnote. In fact, as the Council Communists and others showed, the Bolshevik government never sought world revolution and was always principally concerned with the rescue, stability, and expansion of the national economy. Moreover, the adoption of the new ideology, strongly advocated by Bukharin as well as by Stalin, in no way brought an end to the new economic policy. It can further be added that even on the purely ideological plane, the difference between Stalin's view and Lenin's was not great. Lenin too thought that a victory of, quote, socialism, end quote, was possible in a single country, albeit not in Russia. End footnote. At the same time, however, Muniz does effectively show what he is principally aiming to show, namely, that the fulcrum of social production in the USSR is the extraction of a surplus value, and that controlling the extraction and reinvestment of surplus value, there stands a particular social group which exploits the workers. The point is that this is not enough to prove the existence of surplus value. As Marx is well aware, surplus labor, and hence the surplus product, quote, has an antagonistic form, end quote, just as much in the slave system as in capitalism. There too, its, quote, obverse side is pure idleness on the part of one section of society, end quote. The rulers of capitalism do, of course, unlike the pharaohs, dictate the systematic expansion of production, rather than simply consuming or squandering the surplus they appropriate. But it's quite possible in principle to imagine modernized slave owners doing the same. Unfortunately for Muniz, for the surplus product to take the form of surplus value, there must be more than the predominance, in absence of, quote, transitionality, end quote, of expanded reproduction wherein a portion of surplus value is necessarily reinvested into constant capital under the control of a specific group. This is because it is impossible to grasp the essence of the category of surplus value without reference to the category of value, which in capitalism is inextricably bound up with that of wage labor, and depends fundamentally upon the generation of the relation of exchange value. See Marx, 1867, parts 3 to 5, and Rubin, 1928. It's difficult to see how exchange value might operate if, as Muniz claims, the ruling stratum, quote, dictates wages and prices outside of all competition, end quote. Footnote. For Muniz, the struggle between different, quote, clans of the bureaucracy for the distribution of surplus value and the control of the state is something for the future. End footnote. Muniz's insistence that the USSR is not transitional to socialism, which might be deemed self-evident, is no compensation for the inadequacy of his attempt to demonstrate that the USSR is capitalist while showing any reference to these categories. New section. Cliff's theory. Footnote. Breaking with orthodox Trotskyism over the Soviet question in the 1940s, Cliff became a leading light in the British group, the International Socialists, and then the top leader of the Socialist Workers' Party, which replaced the International Socialists in 1976. If the first contains certain tendencies which lent towards Luxemburgism, the second is more clearly substitutionist and Leninist. For an account of Cliff's political itinerary, see Callaghan, 1984. Yeah, apparently there was a more libertarian wing of the International Socialist in earlier periods in the 1960s and 70s. It was like Peter Sedgwick and maybe Ray Challinor. I think that guy Stephen A. Smith that I reference sometimes is like the historian of world communism, and he wrote the book Red Petrograd. He talks about how as he was on like in the 70s for a time, he was like in like the left wing part of the Socialist Workers' Party, the more Luxembourgist, I guess, using Fernandez's words, section of the party. Anyway, end footnote, back to the text. Sharing the view held by the other Leninist former Trotskyists that what is usually known as the, quote, October Revolution, end quote, of the Bolsheviks led to the transformation of a, quote, worker state under Lenin and Trotsky from 1917 to 1923, end quote, which was defeated in the later 1920s by means of a gradual counter-revolution. Cliff differs with them by stating explicitly that viewed in isolation from world capitalism, the USSR knew no real exchange of commodities. Cliff's first argument is that this is so because, quote, the ownership of the enterprise is vested in one body, the state, end quote. His second, given in the following paragraph, begins with the, quote, direct connection between the enterprises through the media of the state, end quote, which, quote, controls production in nearly all of them, end quote. And Cliff uses this as a basis from which to conclude that prices no longer have the, quote, unique significance of being the expression of the social character of labor, end quote. The reader is thus left confused as to why exactly Soviet goods are not commodities. Is the reason to do with ownership, or is it derived from control? And if control is the key, then it hardly makes sense for Cliff to refer in the same section to the, quote, almost complete plan of the division of the total labor time, end quote, when earlier he has denied that planning exists at all. Quote, if by the term, quote, planned economy, end quote, we understand an economy in which all component elements are adjusted and regulated into a single rhythm, bracket, and bracket, in which foresight prevails in the making of economic decisions, end quote. So what kind of control is there? When denouncing the, quote, bureaucratic mismanagement, end quote, Cliff focuses on the absence of planning. But when dealing with deeper issues of the, quote, Russian economy and the Marxian law of value, end quote, Cliff falls back on the legal category of state ownership and the unelaborated one of, quote, regulation, end quote, by government rather than through the price system. In the process, Cliff omits to bring into his discussion whatever exists in the USSR in place of planning. From such a fragmented and confused discussion, Cliff moves on to state that, quote, there is one thing in Russia that appears on the surface to fulfill the requirements of a commodity, labor power, end quote, before describing how this is an illusion, since there is only one employer, the state. Once again, an important question, namely whether that concerning the existence or non-existence of wage labor, is answered without reference to the contradictions within a system that is not planning, but which is still a form of control over the extraction of the surplus product, namely over labor. Such matters appear to Cliff's argument only to show up the inefficiencies of Stalinist, quote, mismanagement, end quote. Cliff is forced to conclude, or rather assert, that, quote, the division of labor is planned, end quote, but that it would nonetheless be, quote, absolutely arbitrary, end quote, if, quote, Russia, end quote, did not have to compete with other countries. This competition is primarily military, but military use values, quote, while being an end, still remain a means, end quote, serving the end of victory in the competition. Cliff then argues that production in, quote, traditional, end quote, capitalist countries has also become determined by the production of military use values. Relations of exchange between arms manufacturers and governments have become, quote, purely formal, end quote, since the, quote, state does not offer another commodity in exchange for arms, end quote. Why such countries are still capitalist he omits to explain. In other words, there are use values and there is competition, but the basis of capitalist economy is no longer commodity exchange. Instead, there is the arms race. Footnote. Drawing a clear relation of determination between the place of the USSR in world society and the nature of the internal social relations, Cliff manages to look at both, even if he mistakes the direction of the determination. The, quote, world system, end quote, theorist, Wallerstein, however, simply assumes the USSR to be part of the, quote, capitalist world economy, end quote, and then goes on to make assertions about Soviet conditions which are idealist, incoherent, or demonstrably false. In his view, the USSR was, quote, state capitalist, end quote, a term he leaves undefined because, quote, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union forgot the dialectical relation between transformation within the Soviet Union, end bracket, the, end bracket, evolution of the capitalist world economy, of which it remained structurally a part, end quote. It would thus seem that the Communist Party, end quote, Wallerstein. It would thus seem that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, quote, created a variant of state capitalism, end quote, because it had mistaken ideas. Elsewhere, he holds that even as late as 1945, the, quote, unworkability, end quote, of a, quote, Leninist, end quote, road to socialism was impossible to appreciate. So the USSR would seem to have been destined to be part of the capitalist, quote, world economy, end quote, even if no one could have known. This analysis is clearly incoherent. Moreover, whereas the first assertion is idealist, the second contains an empirical falsehood, since such movements as anarchism and council communism appreciated very rapidly the supposedly inappreciable. There are many similar examples of such confusion in Wallerstein's view of the USSR. Thus, even as Wallerstein fits the country into a theory of the, quote, capitalist world system, end quote, Wallerstein asserts that to try to create a, quote, morphological category, end quote, for such, quote, socialist states, end quote, bracket sick, end bracket, is futile since any morphology assumes, first, that the units to be described are the states, and second, that these states have their own modes of production. In fact, of course, however one labels a state, from a Marxist viewpoint, paramount importance must always be given to modes of production. Moreover, to ascribe the label, quote, capitalist, end quote, to a single state can hardly be to deny the capitalist mode of production might be global. Wallerstein proceeds to assert that any, quote, morphology, end quote, portraying the Soviet state as capitalist leads, quote, almost immediately, end quote, to the view that the state is in some, quote, transitional stage, end quote. Actually, many theories of Soviet capitalism do not say this at all. But for Wallerstein, the USSR's most important characteristic is its presence in the, quote, world system, and to theorize its production relations in any fashion is pointless. His own approach is consequently not as, quote, empirical, end quote, as he might wish, and his view of Soviet, quote, state capitalism, end quote, would seem to be based on pure belief. End footnote. Rather than conceiving of the arms race as a product of capitalist contradictions, we are asked to agree that it is the arms race which makes the society capitalist. One can only wonder as to the type of contortions Cliff might have got into if Soviet military competition had been with China alone. It's actually really a funny and true statement. One can only wonder as to the type of contortions Cliff might have got into if Soviet military competition had been with China alone. Cliff's position appears untenable when it is remembered that whatever capitalism may or may not entail, what it is a mode of production defined by a certain type of social production relations. If the USSR is capitalist simply because the USSR produces weaponry to compete with those countries that themselves would have been capitalist even without such competition, then one might as well say the same about tribes whose production is directed to the provision of tomahawks in the fight against colonialism. Footnote: in a different context, Marx was quite clear that non-capitalist economies did not become capitalist simply by trading with capitalist economies. Back to the text, or end footnote. By arguing purely from the existence of an arms race, Cliff is forced to take the view that Soviet, quote, state capitalism, end quote, is, quote, a partial negation of capitalism, end quote. Or, in other words, although Cliff never says so explicitly, that the USSR is somehow less capitalist than the West. Footnote: this conclusion is approached even more closely by the quote, world system neo-Marxist, end quote, Chase Dunn, who writes that, quote, it may be a mistake, end quote, to overemphasize the exploitative nature of class relations in, quote, state capitalist, end quote, countries. There is only one other aspect of his overall view of the nature of the USSR which differentiates it notably from Cliff's. That is, his inclusion among the internally influential considerations of foreign policy, alongside the arms race, of a reluctance to allow labor and capital exports. End footnote. By arguing purely from the existence of an arms race, Cliff is forced to take the view that Soviet, quote, state capitalism is a, quote, partial negation of capitalism, end quote. Or, in other words, although Cliff never says so explicitly that the USSR is somehow less capitalist than the West, Cliff's term, quote, state capitalist, end quote, might easily be replaced by the term, quote, limitedly capitalist, end quote, or even quite not quite so capitalist, end quote. Since Cliff has a minimal grasp of the categories by means of which capital can be defined, Cliff's work is of little use to investigators of the real society and class struggle in the USSR. One moment. New section. Bettelheim's theory. Bettelheim's, quote, state capitalist, end quote, thesis is in some ways at the other end of the Leninist spectrum from Cliff's. Rather than focusing on international relations, Bettelheim grounds his argument on the existence of a, quote, double separation, end quote, of the workers from the means of production and of the enterprises from each other. Given the capitalist nature of the enterprise form, Bettelheim argues, there must be a continuous struggle in the, quote, transition period, end quote, to, quote, revolutionize, end quote, the enterprise in the sense of working to abolish them. Without this struggle, which for Bettelheim means without the necessary type of ruling party, end quote, ideological revolution, end quote, bracket, sick, end bracket, the, quote, representatives of the workers, the state and the party come to identify themselves as enterprise managers. The, quote, representatives, end quote, of the workers, the state and the party come to identify themselves with enterprise managers rather than with the workers, and the, quote, plan, end quote, instead of exercising a dominance over the enterprise form, becomes a, quote, instrument of the, quote, duplication, end quote, of commodity relations, end quote. Footnote: Bettelheim refuses to infer even the non-existence of, quote, socialism, end quote, let alone the existence of capitalism, just from the simple existence of money, prices, and the market, which he refers to as a mere, quote, surface fact, end quote. Disregarding what we hold to be the capitalist nature of the USSR, even under Lenin and Stalin, however, as well as the nominal character of its producer markets, it would seem quite straightforward that people creating a new and free society would have no reason to mimic the terminology of the commodity. But for those who have already crossed the hurdle of seeing a regime that incarcerated millions in concentration camps as even potentially, quote, socialist, unquote, this is a relatively easy point to miss. Missed it is, though, by Bland, who argues that the creation of a privileged stratum was achieved by a, quote, opposition, end quote, within the Communist Party of the Soviet Union against the, quote, minority, end quote, led by Stalin and Beria. This, he states, provided a basis for the, quote, restoration, end quote, of capitalism and the emergence of a, quote, fascist-type state of a new type, end quote, after the 1965 reforms. In discussing the, quote, Leningrad Affair, end quote, of 1949 to 50, which led to the execution of Gosplan chief Voznesensky, Bland praises Stalin's sterling defense of, quote, socialism, end quote, which supposedly culminated in the publication of his work titled On the Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR in 1952. In particular, he quotes Stalin approvingly. Who was he again? Bland quotes Stalin approvingly to the effect that the law of value can operate without being the, quote, regulator, end quote, of production. Together with this combination of support for Beria, with a condemnation of Brezhnev's, quote, fascist, end quote, persecution of, quote, independent, end quote, trade unions, this is an example of what can only be called doublethink. Value can only exist if it regulates production. See Rubin, 1928. Bland's pro-Chinese, Liu Shaoqiist rather than Maoist, and later pro-Albanian ideology exists at the extreme, quote, fundamentalist, end quote, fringe of Stalinism and need not be considered further. End footnote. Now, where am I? Ultimately, then, for Bettelheim, the ruling party was not adequately ideologically correct and representative of the, quote, masses, end quote. As a consequence, the separation between enterprises came into the separation between the enterprise's own, and capitalism was reestablished. In a slightly later work, published in 1971, Bettelheim argued that the existence of wages, upon which Bettelheim does not elaborate, combined with the separation between the state and the masses, meant that Soviet workers suffered both capitalist production relations and the rule of a state bourgeoisie. The state's, quote, separation, end quote, from the masses, Bettelheim blames on the absence of a ruling party with a, quote, proletarian character, end quote, and a, quote, mass line, end quote, a party embodying a, quote, proletarian ideology, end quote. Bettelheim's Maoist prioritization of politics is self-evident. Since Bettelheim always assumes that throughout the Stalin era, the USSR was, quote, transitional, end quote, between capitalism and socialism, for Bettelheim the workers only began to be exploited after Stalin's death, this conclusion is remarkably unconvincing. Bettelheim's theory fails for two reasons. First, despite his useful insistence on the, quote, double separation, end quote, Bettelheim's argument for the capitalist nature of the Soviet economy ultimately depends on an identification of capitalist commodity relations with the market, with competition, and assessment in terms of currency, as normally understood, and more specifically with the disposal of enterprises by their possessors so as to gain similarly expressible profits. For an opposing view, see Chapter 3 below. Second, Bettelheim imagines that such a system was predominant in the USSR. In other words, Bettelheim vastly overestimates the autonomy of the enterprises and takes almost at face value the official propaganda about the role of ruble levers, price formation, and, quote, profit, end quote, targets. For this he is adequately criticized elsewhere. See Tickton, 1976. Bettelheim fails to tackle the nature of bureaucratic dependence as a fundamental characteristic of the system, and is therefore unable to get to the roots of capitalist competition in its bureaucratic form. In his case, the reason for this appears to be primarily political, rather than analyzing the nature of bureaucratic relations as they were established under Lenin and Stalin, indeed with influences which go back further still. Bettelheim concentrates above all on the post-Stalin period and fails to draw a distinction between, quote, capitalist restoration and what was merely a process of liberal reform. Later work from the same theoretical viewpoint has been carried out by Chavance, who wrote pieces with Bettelheim, whose main originality lies in his attempt to develop a deeper view of the contradictoriness of Soviet price formation. Chavance thus writes in 1980 that since full and effective price setting by the state would necessitate that the planning authorities be informed of the realizable values of each unit of production, it must be impossible in practice. It follows that there must be some kind of unplanned compensation for the deviation of prices from values. The acknowledgement, however, allows Chavance to supersede Bettelheim's analysis only superficially, for it does not lead him to go beyond the latter's original assumption that purchase cost and price are one and the same thing. Footnote. The Hong Kong, quote, left communist, end quote, LL Men, meanwhile, adds similarly little to Bettelheim's critique. The Hong Kong, quote, left communist, end quote, LL Men, meanwhile, adds similarly little to Bettelheim's critique, having asserted that at the, quote, point of departure, end quote, the, quote, content, end quote, of Soviet prices is totally insignificant. He first shows that the existence of price as a form implies private labor and private property, focusing more closely on the separation between the enterprises. Men further observes the relations of private property exist among the people who, quote, own, end quote, the means of production. Then, looking at the, quote, content, end quote, he writes that, quote, prices in the, quote, socialist, end quote, countries are set by the state. As said, we are assuming a perfectly planned economy. But obviously the state planners cannot set them arbitrarily at will without any basis whatsoever at all. Otherwise, the economy will be in complete chaos. What is this basis which governs the state planners' decisions within specific boundaries, i.e., which determines the prices? In Marxist analysis, only one thing and one thing alone can constitute this basis: the socially necessary labor congealed in products, end quote. In relation to the really existing USSR after Stalin, this view is indistinguishable from Bettelheim's. The dogmatic nature of the argument is self-evident. End footnote. In fact, all Chavance means to point out is that the sum of prices is necessarily equivalent to the sum of values, from which it follows that prices which are less than values are balanced out by those which are greater. This is hardly a theoretical breakthrough. Like Bettelheim, Chavance bases his analysis primarily on a critique of the written, quote, political economy, end quote, of the Soviet authorities, that is, their ideology, and hence Chavance necessarily fails to deal with the concrete forms which this, quote, compensation, end quote, takes. He has no concept either of blot or of capitalist bureaucracy. Sorry, I'm looking at this Jacques. I think it's Jacques Sapir. Anyway, new section. Sapir's theory. Sapir's theory. Another theorist influenced by Bedeline is Sapir. If Chavance is vaguer than Bedeline concerning the beginning of a capitalist dominance in the USSR, Sapir is willing to suggest, albeit without argument, that it was first established during the rise of Stalin in the mid-1920s. At this time, however, Sapir uses the term, quote, state capitalism, end quote, as little more than a label, and is most intent on arguing that the USSR and the USSR satellites are heading for a severe economic crisis. Sapir's view of such a crisis is straightforward. It is a product of the economic system's structural problems in coping with the changes required to move from a period of extensive accumulation to one of intensive accumulation. I think that's important for Chattopadhyay as well. Maybe Fernandez will say that. But although he is evidently thinking about the accumulation of the productive forces in the form of capital, the attention he gives to the term, quote, capital is minimal. More recently, Sapir has developed concepts of the USSR which owe much to the French, quote, regulation school, end quote. Footnote. But he fails to account for the apparent change in his viewpoint. If in 1980 he focuses on the system's inability to institutionalize intensive accumulation, by the end of the decade, he writes of a, quote, voluntaristic mode of regulation, end quote, which gives way to a, quote, consensual, end quote, mode of regulation during de-Stalinization. This is quite a jump, but Sapir neither explains how the two views can be brought together, nor explicitly rejects his earlier view. It would seem that the underlying basis of his theory of Soviet economic development, which was originally political-economic, has now become primarily political, and explains the crisis of the mobilized economy, seen as a meta-mode, a, quote, meta-mode, end quote, chiefly in terms of international relations. End footnote. Sapir begins by analyzing the economic effects of mobilization in both Germany and Russia during the First World War, pointing to constants such as the central fixing of prices, the receipt of profits according to the volume of production, and the de-emphasis on the production of consumer goods. In Russia, these effects were largely overseen by the war industries committees set up by the employers in 1915. Similar developments were later instituted by the new government during the Civil War, and then by the ruling faction led by Stalin, which imposed warlike conditions at the end of the 1920s. Sapir proceeds to develop his concepts. In his current view, then, whenever mobilization is limited in scale, mobilization produces negative feedback. Mobilization appears as a deviation from the usual system. But when mobilization leads as far as full-scale war economy, mobilization produces instead positive feedback. Mobilization itself becomes the system. When mobilization is further generalized under Stalinism to the whole of industry, quote, with the aim of inducing a radical transformation in the country's mode of growth, end quote, what results is a fully mobilized economy. A fully mobilized economy, of which the war economy was a mere prototype. This mobilized economy is still a commodity economy, but this mobilized economy is not a, quote, commercial economy. Since, quote, the validation of production is no longer effected through the sale or non-sale of the goods concerned, end quote. Quote, as a constraint, this validation no longer rests directly upon the producer, bracket, i.e. upon the enterprise directors, end bracket. Let me repeat this whole thing. Quote, as a constraint, this validation no longer rests directly upon the producer, bracket, i.e. upon the enterprise directors, Neil C. Fernandez, end bracket. It is the organism which replaces the commercial system, which also, at the end of each period, notices that such and such products have remained unused and such demands unmet. For this organism, this translates into a need for finance, which it reports to the fiscal agency. For the economy, it translates into a disequilibrium between supply and demand. The constraint is still present, but operates at the level of the society as a whole, end quote. The, quote, principle of non-commerciality, end quote, is systematized. Sapir discusses his underlying reasons for ascribing a capitalist nature to the Soviet, quote, mobilized economy, end quote, in the following terms, quote, bracket, to reach a definition of capitalism which is analytically operational, end bracket, it would be perfectly conceivable to work from the apparent functioning of economies which are already widely known to be capitalist, ... Criteria such as the nature of property or the forms of adjustment or the existence of unemployment or a stock market are quite admissible. With such a definition, though, we should see the number of capitalist economies wither away miserably, and why not? But it would then be necessary to invent new systems, with their own laws, to account for all the economies which would thereby become non-capitalist, end quote. Although it would, of course, be possible to do precisely this, perhaps leaving the definitions of some of the, quote, other systems, end quote, to other scholars. Sapir proceeds to write that, quote, we therefore need a definition which will allow us to distinguish between, on one hand, the logic of a system, and on the other, those forms which stem from the specificities constituting each society's individuality, or from procedural conditions confined to a particular historical period, end quote. Footnote. Notable here is the very, quote, sociological, end quote, use of the term, quote, society, to mean, quote, country. Apparently, then, capitalism would not be a society, but rather a conglomeration of societies. This, of course, is a view separated by an unbridgeably wide gulf from Marx's. End footnote. In fact, though as Sapir already avers, although as Sapir already avers, the definition he chooses remains that of Bettelheim. Since there is a labor market, there is wage labor, and since rubles play an important role in the economy and the ideology of planning does not quite correspond to reality, there is a commodity economy. Footnote. Sapir was previously of the opinion that workers must sell their labor power so long as production is not based on their free association. A glance at any pre-capitalist exploitative mode of production, such as serfdom or ancient slavery, or indeed colonial slavery, is sufficient to demonstrate the untenability of this position. End footnote. The workers are separated from the means of production and the enterprises are separated from each other. The insufficiency of these points as an explanation of the basis of capitalism is evidenced by Sapir's discussion of the form which the, quote, non-commercial, end quote, system actually takes. He thus explains that in the USSR, there are theoretically two money circuits. On the one hand, there is, quote, scriptural money, end quote, credit instruments or scrip, which circulates among enterprises. On the other, there is, quote, fiduciary money, end quote, money or current deposits in fiat form. Whereas the first kind is merely a passive means of account, the second is active and also functions as a means of exchange and a store of value. Households have access only to the second type. In practice, the two types are not, quote, watertight, end quote, since every purchase by an enterprise creates some fiduciary money and every sale destroys some. It is therefore impossible to distinguish between rubles destined to stay, quote, scriptural and rubles destined to become active. What is noticeable here is that Sapir does not theorize money itself, of which presumably scriptural money and fiduciary money are simply the forms, and in particular he does not theorize money as a form of capital. Footnote. A hypothetical analogy from the, quote, advanced West, end quote, will serve to illustrate further the point of these criticisms. Imagine, then, that in an area earmarked for, quote, development, end quote, an enterprise body allocates a grant to a local firm to cover the cost of building a car park. Although this grant evidently takes the form of a real financial account, it must still be spent in the specified way. Once the money is paid to the construction company, however, the new owner, whose identity may even have had to be specified before the grant was cleared in the first place, is qualitatively much freer in terms of what he can spend it on. This is certainly a good example of how script money turns into fiat money. But to offer the analysis as the basis of an understanding of the monetary circuit itself is in no way to avoid the trap of empiricism. What is missing at a general level from this sort of consideration is the theorization of the overall, quote, context, namely of the mode of social production and reproduction, and of the role of money within it. More specifically, it touches on, but does not yet provide, a critical theorization of the circuit and accumulation of value. End footnote. A similar omission is evident when he considers the purchase of labor power. Since the USSR is not just one large enterprise, Sapir reasons both goods and labor power must be bought locally. Moreover, they must also be sold, which implies money as a means of account, a means of exchange, and a store of value. This may indeed be the case, but there is no firm identification here of the existence of what Marx saw as money in money's capitalist form, namely money as, quote, the absolute form of existence of exchange value, end quote, as the general representative of wealth, which takes the form of exchange value. And crucially, as the form in which value must appear if value is to accrue a surplus. Bereft of concepts of generalized exchangeability, value and surplus value, Sapir writes of money as a, quote, store of value, end quote, when what Sapir really means is a means of deferred payment or a hoard. One should certainly note that Sapir attempts to employ concepts which explain capitalist functioning in the USSR, but which do not detract from its specificity. But Sapir's Western-style model of, quote, firms and households, end quote, hardly lends itself to being applied to those Soviet enterprises which supply only producer goods to the state. From a Marxist point of view, it might be added, of course, that this model fails to explain the functioning of, quote, classical free market capitalism too. Footnote. See Perlman's remarks on, quote, economics, as opposed to the critique of political economy. And footnote. When the terms, quote, supply and, quote, demand are applied in a critique of capitalist political economy, they should not be equated with, quote, production and, quote, perceived requirement, end quote. They relate directly to the role of active money as the basis of the capitalist system. It is not enough simply to show that not all, quote, passive money, end quote, stays passive. His distinction between scrip and fiat money is intelligent, but he makes no attempt to theorize any overarching form, and as a result he fails to explain how and why it is that the Soviet system has the pursuit of more money, that is, the drive for profit or more capital, as its foundation. But this is precisely what has to be shown if the system is rightly to be called capitalist. Sapir's idea of capitalism appears as separate not only from any concept of capital and value, but also from any idea of money as the generalized representative of exchange value. The purpose which it serves in his work is therefore limited. At the same time, concentrating as Sapir does on ruble accounting, Sapir is unable to produce a sufficiently discerning analysis of the theoretical significance of other forms, such as gross output targets and economic bureaucracy. New section, quote, capitalism, but not, quote, state capitalism, unquote. Gorder's theory. The first theory of Soviet capitalism not to label Soviet Russia, quote, state capitalist, was defended by the Communist Workers' Party of Germany, KAPD, and the Fourth Communist Workers International, CWI. Footnote. The KAPD was founded in April 1920 by the large majority of members of the Communist Party of Germany who rejected parliamentary and trade union tactics, party substitutionism, and cooperation with social democracy, favoring instead worker self-organization and revolutionary action. See Autier and Bado, 1976, chapters 10 to 14. Next footnote. The CWI's affiliate in England was the Workers' Dreadnought Group around Sylvia Pankhurst, which joined in 1921. End footnote. Espoused by the majority of the left communists of the early 1920s, it rested above all on the thesis of, quote, dual revolution, end quote. Thus, in the view put forward in the CWI's manifesto, written by Gorder in 1921, not only did the Bolshevik ascendance to power depend on the peasantry as well as on the workers, but in fact two revolutions took place which could be distinguished one from the other. Whereas in the towns the revolution was, quote, socialist, and the proletariat had taken the economy from the bourgeoisie, in the countryside the revolution was bourgeois and capitalist, since the peasants had become petty landowners en masse. It was, quote, the bourgeoisie in the shape of the peasants, end quote, which now ran the economy. In the towns the change had been from capitalism to socialism, in the country from feudalism to capitalism. The desires and interests of the peasants, who constituted the vast majority, came increasingly to dictate government economic policy in all areas, including industry and trade. The culmination was the introduction of the NEP in March 1921, under which grain requisitions were replaced by a tax in kind, and soon by a tax in money. Most of light industry was denationalized, and private trade and small-scale manufacturing were officially encouraged. In Gorder's terms, capitalist wage slavery was then, quote, reintroduced, end quote, in the towns. Footnote. In Scotland, the anti-parliamentary Communist Federation around Aldred reached positions which were very similar. This group first recognized the existence of capitalism in Russia in 1925 and proceeded the following year to describe the adoption of the NEP as the, quote, liquidation, end quote, of the revolution. Eventually, in 1935, the Scottish Anti-Parliamentary Communist Federation arrived at a, quote, councilist, end quote, position, publishing the Theses on Bolshevism under the title The Bourgeois Role of Bolshevism. End footnote. If Gorder stresses the actual conditions of exploitation under the new economic policy and correctly underlines as an important factor the capitalization of agriculture, Gorder unfortunately fails to provide a theory which could explain the exploitative conditions either of, quote, war communism, end quote, of 1918 to 21, or of the Stalinist industrialization period which came later. The reason for this is straightforward. While Gorder criticizes bureaucracy, Gorder neglects to consider either bureaucracy's origins or bureaucracy's role in the economy. The major weakness in Gorder's critique is also apparent in a text he published in 1923. By this time, he had updated the thesis of, quote, dual revolution, end quote, in favor of the view that the, quote, Russian Revolution, end quote, was of, quote, double character, end quote, partly proletarian, but, quote, in most of its features, bourgeois democratic, end quote. Even in the first period, 1917 to 21, the measures introduced by the Bolsheviks are now understood to have had, quote, to a large extent a bourgeois character, end quote. Gorder still describes the nationalization of industry and some of the measures of, quote, war communism between 1918 and 1921 as being, quote, proletarian and communistic, end quote. But now, having denounced the Bolshevik aims of national self-determination and peace with foreign capitalist powers as, quote, bourgeois capitalist, end quote. Gorder explains how, quote, the bureaucratic despotism of the leaders was also bourgeois capitalist, end quote. Gorder continues, quote, in leader dictatorship lies the kernel of the bourgeois capitalist revolution, ... The party dictatorship was, in the party dictatorship's origin, bourgeois capitalist. The party dictatorship began through the power of the peasants, the non-proletarian class. A party dictatorship could overpower and lead the peasant class in Russia. A proletarian class dictatorship could not do this. For a dictatorship of the proletarian class will always aspire to pure communism, end quote. Gorder. Footnote. This represented a repudiation of the earlier left communist position that whereas party substitutionism was inapplicable as a revolutionary tactic in Western Europe, it was nonetheless acceptable in Russia. See Gorder, 1920. With this development, left communists became council communists. End footnote. Unfortunately, though, Gorder does not look too closely at the relationship between the party dictatorship and the urban workers prior to the new economic policy, and fails to show exactly how a government based on the principles Gorder describes, or indeed any government, might be capable of introducing communistic changes of any sort. Footnote. Elements of communistic change introduced in Kronstadt were supported by the left socialist revolutionaries, maximalists, and anarchists, but bitterly opposed by the Bolsheviks. See Voley in 1947. Back to the text, or end footnote. Ultimately, the only difference Gorder points to between the conditions of, quote, rising capitalism, end quote, in Russia and Asia, and the conditions of fully established capitalism elsewhere are those which concern the peasantry. In the light of subsequent history, it is fair to draw a convincing theoretical connection between the force of the peasantry, supposedly determinate, and the specific authoritarianism of the Bolsheviks towards the workers can rightly be called glaring. New section, Castoriadis' theory. And if you don't know, there's like I have a million videos from Castoriadis. I think I might have like one from Gorder. But I have most of the essays from the social and political writings of Castoriadis. The first, quote, capitalist, end quote, footnote. Castoriadis' theory, footnote. Although best known as the member of the political group Socialisme ou Barbarie, Castoriadis wrote copiously on the USSR from the late 1940s until the 1980s, which was time enough to change and develop his views on a number of relevant issues. Of prime importance in the present context are those articles published between 1949, when Castoriadis first referred to the USSR as capitalist, and 1961, when he brought out the final part of Modern Capitalism and Revolution, which is on this channel. In addition, the summary Castoriadis wrote in 1977 has also been useful. It is perhaps worth mentioning the distance that later separates Castoriadis even from, quote, Marxism. Thus, in 1964, Castoriadis argues that the social world is, quote, in every instance constituted and articulated as a function of a system of significations, bracket, which exist, end bracket, in the mode of the ... actual imaginary, end quote. In the same year, he makes his rejection of Marxism explicit, 1964 to 65. By 1972, Castoriadis rejects even the concepts of exploitation and class, holding instead that the basic, quote, instituting, end quote, factor in society is the, quote, radical imaginary, end quote, incarnating, end quote, itself in various imaginary significations. Returning in the 1980s to matters Soviet, Castoriadis then develops a theory of, quote, stratocracy, end quote, army rule. Although Castoriadis himself asserts a continuity with his earlier critique of Soviet bureaucracy, in our view this latest shift should be assessed together. First, with his now disproven belief in a substantial Soviet military superiority over NATO, and second, with his newly found self-identification with, quote, Greco-Western, quote, European, end quote, tradition and society. End footnote. The first, quote, capitalist theorist to eschew any concept of, quote, state capitalism, but at the same time to theorize economic forms which were specifically Soviet, was the libertarian theorist Castoriadis, who to an even greater extent than Rula sees the USSR as the most administratively, quote, advanced, end quote, capitalist country. Where Rula, however, focuses on the role of the state, Castoriadis stresses above all the role and contradiction of bureaucracy. In this view, increasing bureaucratization is a necessary tendency of modern capitalism in general. Indeed, it is capitalism's very essence. The USSR then appears as the country furthest along the bureaucratic path. Although nowadays, of course, it is impossible to defend a view of the USSR or its successors as more capitalistically advanced than, for example, their creditor countries, nonetheless there remain in Castoriadis' theory two elements of great utility and significance. First, which we shall discuss below in Chapter 6, in his insistence on the permanent struggle waged by the Soviet workers against the bureaucracy. The second is Castoriadis' original understanding that not only do Soviet capitalist forms differ from free market and, quote, monopolistic, end quote, forms, but they are irreducible to forms such as state ownership or state control. A major problem with Castoriadis' work, though, is that Castoriadis never states precisely what elements have to be present in a country for that country to be capitalist, so as then to show how it is that the USSR fits all the requirements. Thus, even though Castoriadis discusses, in the context of imperialism, the differences between competitive capitalism, monopoly capitalism, and bureaucratic capitalism, Castoriadis does so without actually defining the term, quote, capitalism, which figures in all three concepts. In fact, all we have in way of a demonstration that the USSR is capitalist is a collection of disparate statements scattered through a number of articles. First, it seems that for capitalism to exist, there must also exist a class of proletarians. Clearly, few doubt that such a condition is present in the USSR. Second, in Castoriadis' view, those who exploit the proletariat must control both production and accumulation. In the Soviet context, Castoriadis sees such exploiters as forming a, quote, bureaucratic class, end quote, exercising, quote, sovereign control over how the total social product will be used. It does this first of all by determining how the total social product will be distributed among wages and surplus value, parenthesis, at the same time that it tries to dictate to the workers the lowest wages possible and to extract from them the greatest amount of labor possible, end parenthesis. Next, by determining how this surplus will be distributed between its own unproductive consumption and new investments, and finally by determining how these investments will be distributed among the various sectors of production, end quote. Unless, however, one's definition of, quote, modern capitalism, end quote, unless, however, one's definition of, quote, modern capitalism, end quote, is a purely empirical one, such as, quote, whatever the capitalism of Marx's day has turned into, end quote, Castoriadis' formulation remains unconvincing. Certainly in the USSR there do exist those who exploit the producers, control production, decide investment priorities, and try their utmost to determine and limit the share of the social product paid in wages. But if we bear in mind that it is theoretically possible for a non-capitalist social formation to replace capitalism for a time in one area or another, or indeed in the whole world, such exploitation does not of itself necessarily imply capitalism. The key term in the piece cited is surplus value, and a skeptic would be perfectly justified in pointing out that Castoriadis gives neither a rigorous definition nor an explanation of why he holds such a form to exist in the USSR. Castoriadis' confusion on the issue of value is all too evident. Thus, even when Castoriadis still identifies as a Marxist, he fails to follow the concept of capitalism back through capital to value. Despite the fact that an understanding of capital as self-expanding value is famously crucial to Marx's entire critique of political economy. Instead, the nearest Castoriadis comes to focusing on the form of value, namely exchangeability, is when Castoriadis describes how Soviet, quote, planning, end quote, is, quote, as chaotic as the market, end quote. This is so, Castoriadis explains, not because the USSR is capitalist, but because the USSR is bureaucratic. Conflict within the bureaucracy, Castoriadis declines to write, quote, competition, end quote, is described not as something which actually makes the system work, on the basis that without competition, there can be no generalized exchangeability, and hence no value, but merely as, quote, a bureaucratic sociological given in a regime organized along the lines of a, quote, civil service, end quote, end quote. Sorry, I feel like I misread that last bit. But merely as, quote, a basic sociological given in a regime organized along the lines of a, quote, civil service, end quote, end quote. The notion of, quote, bureaucratic capitalism, end quote, in Castoriadis' sense fails to satisfy, thus even while asserting that the Soviet, quote, regime, end quote, is, quote, simply another form of the capitalist system of rule in which the bureaucracy has taken the place of private employers, end quote. Castoriadis writes in the very same text that the essence of, quote, bureaucratic planning, end quote, quote, like that of capitalist production, bracket, sick, end bracket, lies in an effort to reduce the direct producers to the role of pure and simple executants of received orders formulated by a particular stratum that pursues its own interests, end quote. From here, it is only a short step to rejecting Marx's view of what constitutes capitalism's most fundamental contradiction, namely that which exists between the proletariat and capital. Neglecting to theorize the crucial importance of value, exchangeability, and exchange, Castoriadis eventually ends up replacing this contradiction with one which Marxism understands as far less, quote, basic, namely that which sets, quote, order givers, end quote, against, quote, order takers, end quote. Theorizing, quote, bureaucratic capitalism, end quote, in relation to the capitalist, quote, fragmentation which preceded it, he writes that, quote, this fragmentation, bracket, i.e. the division of production into independently managed units, end bracket, has nothing essentially capitalistic about it. From the point of view of the system itself, such an arrangement is just as absurd as the independent management of various workshops in a large factory would be. The logic of capitalism is to treat the whole of society as one immense integrated enterprise. The logic of capitalism is to treat the whole of society as one immense integrated enterprise. Far from revealing the essence of the system, the problems it encounters as long as this integration has not been fully realized serve only to mask it, end quote. By this time, the concepts of exchange, value, and the adoption by things of a commodity form have vanished entirely, denying that fragmentation constitutes part of the basis of capitalism, and unable to postulate forms of fragmentation other than that of independently managed enterprises, Castoriadis cannot back up his theory of Soviet capitalism on Marxist grounds and soon rejects Marxism explicitly. Footnote. Castoriadis' views are adopted uncritically by Bradford. The latter manages, however, not only to approve Castoriadis' position on, quote, total bureaucratic capitalism, end quote, but also to suggest in one and the same article, written in response to the USSR's demise, that the Soviet, quote, society, end quote, was also, quote, bureaucratic collectivist, end quote. In fact, Bradford proposes two further views as well, namely, third, that the USSR was, quote, state socialist, end quote, and fourth, that, quote, the society created by Marxism and Leninism was a new hybrid of capitalism and the despotism of the ancient slave states, a kind of state capitalism, though certainly not the only kind, since private Western capitalism has also evolved into state capitalism, end quote. Going further still, he adds that capital itself has, quote, always been a hybrid, in its early stages most particularly a hybrid of mercantile industrialism and chattel slavery, end quote. But even this latter understanding, or non-understanding of what capital is, can hardly explain how the decomposition of Soviet, quote, civilization, end quote, could amount simultaneously to a, quote, triumph of capital, end quote, and an indication of the future demise of, quote, global capitalism, end quote, and, quote, global industrialization. Quote, global industrialism, end quote. Denunciation follows denunciation. The, quote, mega machine, end quote, enters as Leviathan, quote, human decency, end quote, as opponent, but one looks in vain for a coherent critique. For an excellent critique of, quote, primitivism, more generally, see Aufheben. Who the fuck is Bradford? Anyway, end footnote. New section. Bordiga's theory. Footnote. Although of a certain influence in Belgium, France, and Italy, Bordiga's ideas remain little known in the English-speaking world. Quote, Bordigism can be described as a variety of Leninism to the left of Trotskyism, whose central organizing concepts are the, quote, class party and the, quote, invariant program. For an account of the development of this tendency and those related to it, see Borinet, 1982. I've been meaning to read that. End footnote. Bordiga too rejects the idea that the USSR was, quote, state capitalist, and refers to the USSR instead simply as, quote, capitalist. In response to Stalin's Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, published in 1952, Bordiga argues that the system of commodity production, unlike in pre-capitalist societies when it was purely marginal, is not merely incompatible with socialism, but also inseparable from capitalism. Thus, when Stalin accepts that commodity production exists in the USSR, Stalin is in fact admitting the capitalist nature of the country over which he rules. Far from capitalism being absent because wage labor is absent. On the contrary, it is wage labor itself which must have led the mass of commodities to appear in the first place. The major problem here is that in wanting to criticize Stalin's pamphlet, Bordiga is led to accept the assertions which the former presents as facts. Footnote. For the sake of accuracy, it should also be mentioned that the first official admission of the law of value operated that the law of value operated in Stalin's USSR came not in 1952, but in 1943. See Leontiev et al., 1943. This year did not merely see the dissolution of the Comintern and the recognition in Moscow by the, quote, Big Four, end quote, powers, China, the UK, the US, and the USSR, of the necessity of the establishment of a, quote, general international organization, end quote. It also saw the first presence of Soviet observer delegates at the meetings in the USSR on the creation of the post-war international monetary system, meetings which led to the signing of the Bretton Woods Treaty the following July. When a translation of the Soviet article appeared in the September 1944 issue of the American Economic Review, the matter even made the front page of the New York Times. Noting that the Dumbarton Oaks Conference, also attended by the, quote, Big Four, lasted from August to October of the same year, we can and should speculate on the role of the Soviet admission played in matters of foreign policy and in Soviet American diplomacy in particular. End footnote. If there is no disagreement between the two men, Stalin and Bordiga, as to the existence in the USSR of a, quote, system of commodity production, end quote, more importantly, there is no dispute as to the meaning of the term itself. Both Stalin and Bordiga use it solely to denote the production of things for sale on the market for rubles. Moreover, Bordiga accepts Stalin's false, or at least irrelevantly legalistic, assertion that collective farm output belongs wholly to the collective farms, whereas in fact compulsory procurement remained in force, at least for part of production. Footnote. After a limited drift towards privatization during the Second World War, government and party control was strengthened in 1946. For details on Soviet agriculture under late Stalinism, see for example Alec Nova, 1982. End footnote. Correctly pointing out that Soviet workers sell their labor power in order to earn wages to buy goods, Bordiga then refers to the fact that they spend a greater portion of their wages on agricultural products than that spent by their American counterparts. Footnote. Bordiga also states rather bizarrely that the enterprises which produce such goods as clothing and housing remain, quote, untouched, end quote, by the state. Although even Stalin does not go this far, this could be taken as an exaggeration of the official Soviet position. See The Nature of the Operation of the Law of Value in Socialist Economy, subchapter in Soviet Academy of Sciences, 1957. End footnote. Hence, Bordiga argues, the USSR is further from, quote, full state capitalism, end quote, than the US, since in both countries it is industry rather than agriculture which falls under the greatest state control. If the strength of Bordiga's work lies in the emphasis he puts on the spread of capitalism and monetary economy throughout the countryside, on the massive expansion of the proletariat in formerly pre-capitalist areas such as Central Asia, this example of Bordiga's argumentation typifies Bordiga's chronic overconcentration on agriculture and on the collective farm in particular, in arguing from agriculture to the rest of the economy, as opposed to focusing on control over labor, surplus product, and accumulation. Bordiga follows Stalin in avoiding a real discussion of bureaucracy, since for Bordiga, bureaucracy is wholly dependent upon, quote, monetary accountability and the commodity budget system, end quote. It is of little interest as an empirical reality. Far more important are the successive, quote, unstable and spineless forms of social Caucasianism, the successive, quote, unstable and spineless forms of social Caucasianism, end quote. And the Caucas is the collective farm. End quote. Footnote. Today, Bordiga still make the same mistake, holding that it is within, quote, agriculture and the Caucasian hybrid, end quote, that we find, quote, the real nucleus of the reproduction of mercantile relations and the accumulation of capital, end quote. ICP, 1991. And of course, that's Insane Clown Posse, if you don't know. I have a lot of Insane Clown Posse articles on this channel. Back to the text. Problems follow when Bordiga looks at industry, accepting that, quote, the large enterprises belong to the state, end quote. Bordiga adds that, quote, they are subject, however, to monetary accountability, and they have to show profitability in money terms, that is, a credit margin, a profit. If the law of value is to be respected as regards both raw material prices and wages, outgoings, costs, and the prices of goods sent out, income, end quote. As we have pointed out above, though, this is incorrect. In fact, gross output targets were far more important than ruble profit targets. As Kantorovich has shown, anyway, where am I? I don't know if this is who is being referred to, but let's assume it is. Leonid Kantorovich lived from 1912 to 1986 and was a Soviet mathematician and economist known for his theory and development of techniques for the optimal allocation of resources. Leonid Kantorovich is regarded as the founder of linear programming. Kantorovich was the winner of the Stalin Prize in 1949 and the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences in 1975. Back to the text. As Kantorovich has shown in 1988, the first attempt to increase the significance of the ruble profit targets made in 1965 as one of the Kosygin reforms failed dismally owing to a basic, quote, organic, end quote, conflict with the, quote, efficiency of the system. And I just want to repeat the Kosygin reform Wikipedia because I can't get it through my thick skull. The 1965 Soviet economic reform, sometimes called the Kosygin reform or Liberman reform, named after E.G. Liberman, was a set of planned changes in the economy of the USSR. A centerpiece of these changes was the introduction of profitability and sales as the two key indicators of enterprise success. Some of an enterprise's profits would go to three funds used to reward workers and expand operations. Most would go to the central budget. The reforms were introduced politically by Alexei Kosygin, who had just become premier of the Soviet Union following the removal of Nikita Khrushchev, and ratified by the Central Committee in September 1965. They reflected some long-simmering wishes of the USSR's mathematically oriented economic powers and initiated the shift towards increased decentralization of the process of economic planning. The reforms, coinciding with the Eighth Five-Year Plan, led to continued growth of the Soviet economy. The success of said reforms was short-lived, and with the events of Prague in 1968, fueled by Moscow's implementation of the reforms in Eastern Bloc countries, led to the reforms being curtailed. Economists like Lev Gatovsky and Liberman were instrumental in framing the theoretical underpinnings of the Soviet economic reforms of the 1960s, advocating for the use of profit motives and market mechanisms within a socialist framework. Back to the text. Bordiga's view that the, quote, key to the entire system, end quote, is the accumulation of rubles by the state, even when allied to an understanding of money as part of the capital cycle, points to a very weak grasp of Soviet economic reality. Turning his attention to the process of investment, Bordiga is further led to draw a distinction between enterprises and the state in such a way as to avoid reaching an adequate understanding of the state. Thus, Bordiga asserts that, quote, industrial enterprises have their own budget and carry out an internal investment.
We don't have any water.
No water?
No water.
Alright.
You got water in your things?
Yeah. Thus he asserts that, quote, industrial enterprises, end quote, that, quote, industrial enterprises have their own budget and carry out an internal investment, which figures in the plan but not in the income and expenditure of the state as entrepreneur, operator, and investor, end quote. Reading in official, end quote, Bordiga. Reading in official Soviet sources that a substantial portion of construction work is farmed out to, quote, special organizations, end quote, by, quote, allocation of contracts, end quote. Bordiga decides that since contracts can only occur between parties with different interests, the organizations receiving the contracts are not themselves part of the state bureaucracy. In such cases, the state itself lacks the, quote, courage, end quote, to be a, quote, economic operator, end quote, and simply hands over money capital to other organizations to distribute among the enterprises. This form of capital distribution, Bordiga sees as expanding after the introduction of the Sovnarkozy reforms in 1957. Whilst unlike Cliff, Bordiga rightly points to the competition, which is a necessary feature of a value-based society, Bordiga neglects to mention the basic characteristics of the, quote, organizations, end quote, to which Bordiga refers. Directed by the appointees of party committees, and not disposing of anything even approaching, quote, inalienable, end quote, rights over resources, either in terms of directors' individual rights or on a collective level, these organizations cannot seriously be considered as anything other than part of the state. Bordiga is clear that it is rather easy for them to get hold of funding, or in our terms, that the part of the state which gives it to them does not usually control them either by exercising a despotic power over their purse strings or by simply reflecting the logic of the market. Bordiga omits, however, to give proper consideration to the bureaucratic blot-ridden considerations which do exist, and, moreover, Bordiga fails to grasp that such considerations also govern the exchanges which take place lower down. Bordiga is simply mistaken to view such exchanges as primarily determined by considerations of ruble profit. Footnote. Bordiga's view of the state funding of the Soviet construction industry might possibly be over-influenced by an understanding of the relations involved in such funding in Italy. End footnote. New section, Chattopadhyay's theory. Paresh Chattopadhyay, rest in peace. Died recently. He's got shit on this channel, and it's good. In a more recent analysis of the capitalist nature of Soviet production, Chattopadhyay similarly avoids describing it as, quote, state capitalist, end quote. Beginning like Buick and Crump by presenting an understanding of what capitalism essentially is, Chattopadhyay focuses above all on the category of the separation of the workers from the means of production. Thus, quote, there is no reason to think, that Western capitalism, as Western capitalism appears on the surface at a particular epoch, is the unique form of the capitalist mode of production, and that any economy or society that does not manifest similar phenomenal characteristics cannot be considered capitalist. On the contrary, whatever be the different forms of manifestation of an economy, if the latter is based on the laborer's separation from the conditions of labor, necessarily rendering labor wage labor, then the economy in question is capitalist, end quote. end quote, Chattopadhyay. Relying on Volume 1 of Capital, Chattopadhyay explains this separation in terms of the worker's, quote, double freedom, end quote. On the one hand, the worker is free to sell his labor power, free from feudal-type bondage. On the other, the worker is free of the means of production and must therefore sell his labor power, which is all he has in the way of a productive force, to ensure his own survival. Capitalism, though, is more than this, and Chattopadhyay identifies as additional defining features the existence of generalized commodity production and the extraction of surplus value. But even these, Chattopadhyay proceeds to show, are determined by the relation of wage labor. More specifically, Chattopadhyay quotes Marx as stating that the adoption by labor power of a commodity form allows commodity production to become generalized, and that the relation of surplus value presupposes the existence of wage labor. As if in avoidance of a charge of reductionism, Chattopadhyay then summarizes the relationship between wage labor, generalized commodity production, and capitalist production, the production of surplus value, as one of, quote, reciprocal implication, ... a kind of trisymmetric relation, end quote. Chattopadhyay, 1994. On the basis of this relationship, which defines its essence, capital exists as a, quote, social totality, end quote. In other words, as a matter of total surplus value, or, more simply, as the rule of a class. At this fundamental level, it takes the form of private property, class property, as a matter of definition. At the level of its, quote, second, end quote, juridical existence, however, which Chattopadhyay sees as constituted by the legally recognized capitalist property forms, these forms can and do vary. The rise of forms of directly social capital, distinct from classical individual capital, such as share capital and state capital, is thus explained in terms of specific forms of property within class property, which apparently do not present the critic with any great theoretical problem. In considering the USSR, Chattopadhyay refers to well-known features of the regime, such as the power of the Politburo and the role of the nomenklatura system, to demonstrate that workers are indeed free of the means of production in the evident sense that they do not control them. Footnote: rather than stating in simple fashion that the workers had no control over the means of production, Chattopadhyay actually refers less clearly to their, quote, non-property, end quote. But the context of their, quote, exclusion, end bracket, from all powers starting at the highest economic level, end quote, is clearly that of social totality rather than juridicality. End footnote. And with reference to the issuing of job contracts at enterprise level and the high rate of labor turnover, Chattopadhyay further shows that they are also free to sell their labor power. Subjected to class domination, they are not bonded to individual units of production, and as a consequence, they are constrained to sell their labor power to work as wage laborers. Endeavoring next to demonstrate the existence in the USSR of the commodity form, Chattopadhyay states that, quote, the products of labor taking commodity or value form, and thence appearing as exchange values, is independent of the question of how their prices are actually determined, quote, administratively or by the spontaneous, quote, market forces, end quote. It seems like that's an interesting sentence, interesting quote. I'm going to repeat it. Quote, the products of labor taking commodity or value form and thence appearing as exchange values is independent of the question of how their prices are actually determined, quote, administratively, end quote, or by the spontaneous, quote, market forces, end quote. And I feel like that's important because sometimes when there's like an institution of price control, people act as in which case like free market forces dictating values and prices is limited. Their effect upon their effect upon prices, that that wealth no longer takes the form of a commodity. That's why that's interesting to me. I don't know if I made sense in anything I just said, but you get it. Moreover, quote, the exchange of the products of human labor in commodity form is not invariably related to the existence of juridically separate properties in the means of production. The exchange of products of human labor in commodity form is not invariably related to the existence of juridically separate properties in the means of production. For the existence of the commodity form of these products is enough that they are exchanged as products of, quote, private, bracket, that is, non-directly social, end bracket, labors executed independently of one another, end quote. Marx. In other words, that the total social labor be fragmented in reciprocally autonomous units of production, independently of the specific juridical and form of the latter's ownership, end quote. Chattopadhyay. There's a footnote after the Marx quote. The attribution here has been altered to refer to the English translation of Marx's Capital published by Penguin in 1976. We have left unchanged the words actually quoted, which are Chattopadhyay's own translation from the original German. End footnote. Thus, in relation to the commodity or non-commodity form of the product, neither the precise mechanisms of price formation nor the juridical property forms are of prime importance. Rather, since, quote, it is sufficient that the total social labor be fragmented in reciprocally autonomous units of production, ... The juridical act of the Soviet state resulting in a quasi-single ownership of the means of production and the institution of central planning cannot overstep the reality of reciprocal organizational separation of the units of production relating to one another through exchange in money commodity form. End quote. There's a lot of italics in that last quote, so I'm going to reread it. Quote, it is sufficient that the total social labor be fragmented in reciprocally autonomous units of production, ... The juridical act of the Soviet state resulting in a quasi-single ownership in the means of production and the institution of central planning could not overstep the reality of reciprocal organizational separation of the units of production relating to one another through exchange in money commodity form, end quote. Leaving aside the enterprise-level hiring of labor power, which has already been covered, the argument thus boils down to the existence of autonomous production units. Enterprises are associations of enterprises exchanging goods for rubles and rubles for goods. In demonstration of the, quote, reciprocal autonomy, end quote, of the units of production, Chattopadhyay points to the retention by the enterprises of part of their sales income and cites in support of the argument a Soviet economist's pronunciation in 1959 that it is this retention which serves as the basis of the, quote, money-commodity relations between state enterprises, end quote. The, quote, money-commodity relations between state enterprises, end quote. Somewhat incongruously, given that Chattopadhyay has already stated about juridicality, Chattopadhyay also mentions the fact that state enterprises enjoy a legal personality. Since it is well known, though, that Soviet enterprises buy from their suppliers, sell to their customers, and even borrow money from their bankers, Chattopadhyay views the matter of their reciprocal autonomy, and hence the generalization of commodity economy, as requiring little further in the way of empirical demonstration. Chattopadhyay proceeds to criticize the, quote, received idea, end quote, that Soviet money, or much of it, was, quote, passive, end quote, and that there were two mutually watertight systems of circulation, quote, cash and non-cash, end quote. See our critique of Sapir above. Even the widespread existence of, quote, scriptural, end quote, money, Chattopadhyay argues, does nothing to make the economy any less capitalist, since the form of money, no less than cash, is clearly a form of the, quote, general equivalent for all commodities, end quote. Soviet economists are again quoted to the effect that the turnover of scrip-type money and the circulation of cash were not at all separated by the Great Wall of China. Money in one form could be and was converted into money in the other. More important at an underlying level was the generalization of inter-enterprise monetary exchange, the fact that money itself played a generalized role. If we can agree that the thrust of what Chattopadhyay has written on the separation of the workers from the means of production, however, see our discussion of Buick and Crump's work above, we would nonetheless point to a fundamental methodological flaw in Chattopadhyay's theorization of the existence in the USSR of generalized commodity exchange and generalized monetary economy. In principle, of course, Chattopadhyay does not argue that the existence of wage labor allows the commodity exchange of products to become generalized. Rather, Chattopadhyay notes correctly that it allows commodity exchange tout court to become generalized. Insofar as the existence of wage labor, let me repeat the whole sentence, In principle, of course, Chattopadhyay does not argue that the existence of wage labor allows the commodity exchange of products to become generalized. Rather, he notes correctly that it allows commodity exchange tout court to become generalized, insofar as it is now not just things which adopt a commodity form, but human labor power itself. Footnote. Or as we would put it, wage labor does not simply provide the basis of generalized commodity production. Rather, the reproduction of labor power actually becomes an area within that production. See Dalla Costa, 1971, in Chapter 7 below. End footnote. But even if Chattopadhyay is not mistaken in identifying wage labor, quote, as the determining characteristic of capitalism, end quote, it is not enough. Indeed, it verges on the sophistic to depict the, quote, fragmentation, end quote, of social capital into competitive units as a simple product of the fact that workers are separated not from total capital, but, quote, only in relation to individual capitals. Only in relation to individual capitals, end quote. Of course, capitalism's separation of the workers from the means of production and of the competitive interrelation of capitals are related. But if one wishes in a Soviet context to demonstrate the fragmentation empirically, in opposition to those who deny the existence there of capitalist competition, one should surely show what forms the competition actually takes in areas of the economy other than the purchase and sale of labor power, namely in the production and distribution of material things. Footnote. There's actually a couple footnotes because I appear to have missed one. This fact is crucial to a proper understanding of commodity fetishism in the categories of surplus value and capital. Chattopadhyay's reference to Marx's statement that objects of utility become commodities only because objects of utility are the products of labor of, quote, private individuals who work independently of each other, end quote, however, which we have cited above, is taken somewhat out of context. Thus, Marx states immediately afterwards that, quote, the sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society, since the producers do not come into social contact until the producers exchange the products of their labor. The specific social characterization of their private labors appear only within this exchange. In other words, the labor of the private individual manifests itself as an element of the total labor of society only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products and through their mediation between the producers. End quote. Marx. It is important to realize that at this stage Marx is still assuming, for the sake of simplicity of presentation, that the producer and the owner-exchanger of the product are the same person. In other words, the producer engages in labor purely with a view to exchanging the product. Once the consideration moves to the capitalist form of labor, wage labor, where the worker is separated from the means of production, and therefore also from the product, this assumption must necessarily be dropped. The relationship between private labor and the exchange of products is now different in nature from what it was in the previous hypothetical and heuristic case of generalized, quote, simple commodity production, end quote. Good emphasis on the hypothetical and heuristic there. Good work. Now that the worker is permitted to work only when someone else believes he can acquire an exchangeable product, the categories of labor and commodity exchange might usefully be described as, quote, further apart, end quote, or subject to greater mediation. And so it becomes much easier to fall into the methodological trap of conceiving their relationship in a one-sided way. It should thus be stressed that whilst the gap between worker and product is now qualitatively much greater, since at no time is the product of the worker's own, this does not mean that the socialization of labor ceases to take the form of the exchange of products. And the form of this socialization, which is what determines private labor as nonetheless social, albeit indirectly, is hardly a secondary or derived issue. For an admirably clear presentation of Marx's critique of the, quote, value, the form of value, end quote, that is, generalized exchangeability, see Rubin, 1928. And footnote. Next footnote. In this context, it is surely insufficient simply to quote a line from Marx's Capital to the effect that one can analyze competition scientifically only after first understanding the, quote, inner nature of capital, end quote, unless one proceeds actually to do so. End footnote. Above all, one needs to show how it is generalized. But for all his correct insistence that forms taken by capitalist relations in the USSR do not necessarily have to be the same as those which prevail in Western countries, a formal insistence which is absent in the work of Bourdieu, this Chattopadhyay signally fails to do. Indeed, his empirical argument for the existence of such competition reduces to little more than the observation that when enterprise A delivers goods to enterprise B, the directors of B pay rubles to the directors of A in return. Since this does not explain how the decision to distribute is actually reached under conditions where ruble profit targets are considerably less determinate than gross output targets, it can hardly in itself serve to demonstrate how considerations of exchange can dominate the sphere of distribution in a generalized way. In addition to explaining the basis of making of decisions to supply finished goods, a successful demonstration of the existence of generalized commodity production would also explain the making of decisions affecting the distribution of the means of production among those who controlled them. In this area, it is a fact that not only are Soviet directors appointed bureaucratically, but being subject to ministerial authority as well as belonging to the party's nomenklatura, they are in no way able to sell their enterprises at will and invest the proceeds, nor can they use their enterprises' income in whatever way they wish, to purchase other enterprises, for example. The enterprise directors and ministerial bureaucrats clearly distribute their control over the means of production in a different fashion from that which is familiar, say, to majority shareholders of Western firms. Hence, one cannot successfully use the formal entries in company books, along with juridical appearances, as a basis for understanding the generalization of commodity exchange at this level either. Chattopadhyay does eventually recognize that, quote, for competition of capitals to exist, all that is required is the functional fragmentation of STC, social total capital, into reciprocally isolated units of production exchanging products of wage labor, end quote. And points out that, quote, those who deny the existence of competition of capitals in the Soviet economy seem to be considering certain historically determined forms of competition as they appear in the so-called classical capitalist society as identical with competition of capitals as such. End quote. Chattopadhyay. It is therefore unfortunate that Chattopadhyay does not build on this formal recognition to develop a deeper view of the economic forms in which this functional fragmentation and competition appeared in the USSR. Rather, in Chattopadhyay's first chapter, he describes state capital as another form of, quote, directly social capital, end quote, alongside share capital, quote, logically, end quote, but not necessarily, quote, chronologically, end quote, subsequent to it. And in a later chapter, he refers to state capital outright as capital's, quote, highest form, end quote, albeit still only, quote, logically, end quote. In this connection, Chattopadhyay states that, quote, once given the concept itself, bracket, of state capital, end bracket, the essential elements for constructing the basis of the relevant analysis could easily be gathered from his, bracket, Marx's, end bracket, discussion of the first form, bracket, share capital, end bracket, just as he himself bases the latter on his analysis of the initial property function separation of capital, end quote. Chattopadhyay. In his own analysis of the actual Soviet economic functioning from such a standpoint, however, Chattopadhyay hardly does more than to observe that Soviet capital, being, quote, statist, end quote, is, quote, directly social, end quote, and to assume that individual capital takes the form of the enterprise, the latter being both a, quote, unit of production and a, quote, hiring unit. Chattopadhyay does not bring the two aspects together, and thus the concept of social capital is left floating. Footnote. Thus one infers in some places that capital is, quote, socialized, end quote, owing to state ownership, and in others that it is, quote, socialized, end quote, by means of the exchange of products. End footnote. That's the last footnote of the chapter, so we're coming to the end. In referring to the generalized mode of money, Chattopadhyay again implies that consideration of ruble-denominated profit maximization are predominant in the determination of the distribution. In response to this, we need only note that it is simply not the case that the distributional role played by capitalist money is fulfilled in a straightforward way by the overarching drive of every capital to increase its ruble holdings and its stock of ruble-evaluated assets, even if we include under this rubric the ministries and ministerial departments, as well as the enterprises. Thus, the step from an understanding of the generalized payment of rubles to an understanding of the generalized functional role of money and of how that role is fulfilled, which Chattopadhyay assumes to be almost self-evident, is in fact nothing of the kind. The category of surplus value also receives inadequate treatment. Quote, in the Soviet economy, the existence of free wage labor producing commodities in reciprocally autonomous units of production naturally ensures the production of surplus value. The realization of surplus value in the Soviet economy had its own specificities conditioned by the quasi-single juridical ownership over the social total capital as well as by the economy's specific mode of capital accumulation, end quote. But what are those specificities? In relation to the role of the state in the realization process, Chattopadhyay covers familiar aspects of the Soviet economy, such as the role of the turnover tax on consumer goods, the importance of preferential pricing, more specifically, the practice of keeping industrial prices low, and the centrally set objective of, quote, catching up and surpassing, end quote, the more advanced economies. Chattopadhyay also notes the decreasing overall quantitative importance of turnover tax relative to formal profit. But like Bordiga, Chattopadhyay shows little interest in discussing the specificity of the bureaucratic system through which the surplus value is distributed for reinvestment. And eventually Chattopadhyay's lack of grasp of the significance of generalized competition leads him to explain the drive for such accumulation simply in terms of overcoming the international backwardness. A position which Chattopadhyay accepts is largely similar to that of the non-Marxist, quote, development, end quote, theorists Nova and Gershenbaum. Despite his wishes, this cannot reasonably be said to explain the drive as a matter internal to the Soviet economy. Moreover, there is an obvious contradiction between the idea of backwardness and the idea of state capital as capital's highest form, which the attempted dehistoricization of, quote, logic, end quote, does not redeem. In relation to the specificity of the mode of capitalist accumulation, however, in other words, the mode of subsumption of labor by capital, this analysis is much more substantial. The fact that this issue has not been addressed before in connection with the USSR demonstrates perhaps most starkly the extent to which previous theories are inadequate. But Chattopadhyay undoubtedly deserves credit for being the first to consider it at all. Since, though it is not possible to separate it, even on a purely theoretical level, from the issue of the specific historical development of the class relation, we must leave for a later chapter our own critique of this aspect of Chattopadhyay's work. For the moment, we simply note that it does not rescue the theory from all the weaknesses which flow from his incomplete theoretical grasp of the category of generalized capitalist competition, but from his inadequate empirical grasp of the reality of Soviet economic organization. New section, summary. It will be understood that a Marxist theory of Soviet capitalism can be argued successfully only if it is grounded very solidly in relation to one or other set of Marxian categories. In addition, one must then judge whether or not it explains empirical Soviet reality with sufficient accuracy. In order to construct a theory which meets both these criteria, we shall in the following chapter give much more rigorous definitions than we have been able to hint at above of what in our view are the crucial categories. In the present chapter, though, we have been concerned rather with contributing negatively to the construction of an adequate theory by scratching away at the weakest points of the positions argued up to now by other theorists. We shall now summarize the failings of the various theories considered. It is evident that some theories must be deemed to have fallen at the first hurdle. Thus, if Cliff's concentration on externalities involved an unemphasized but ultimately extremely weak redefinition of capitalism in terms of use values, Castoriadis' theory of bureaucracy, which has the merit of de-emphasizing legal state ownership, similarly fails to give real weight to the characterization of the mode of production in the USSR as capitalist. But both theorists avoid outlining precisely what is involved in capital, and thereby fail to come at all close to giving a coherent theoretical account of what it might mean for the Soviet economy to be based upon its capital's accumulation. Gorder and the early Council Communists, meanwhile, along with the Socialist Party of Great Britain, make use somewhat more insistently of Marxian categories such as those of profit and wages, but they do so in a way as to avoid giving the necessary consideration to the role of value, upon which Marx based his entire theory of capitalism. Their lack of explanation of this apparent theoretical weakness corresponds, we argue, to a desire to exaggerate the similarities between the USSR and the, quote, classical, end quote, capitalism of the free market. Written slightly later, the councilists admittedly lay greater stress on the economic role of the state, but even the councilists fail to focus with sufficient clarity upon the actual value-related functioning of bureaucracy. Meanwhile, Rulab, who theorizes the difference between Stalinism and Western forms in terms of an overarching theory of a global tendency, somewhat surprisingly bases his analysis of the former upon a concept of, quote, cooperation, end quote, which remains highly vague. Like the earlier Council communists, these theorists too are unable to provide adequate theoretical tools for the analysis of Soviet political economy after the end of the 1920s. Muniz, on the other hand, does make a valiant attempt to base his theory on a profound consideration of categories, but unfortunately, Muniz chooses the wrong set in that he shows only that the aim of Soviet production is the accumulation of a surplus in the interest of the exploiters. Muniz fails to show that the surplus takes a capitalist form, surplus value. Sapir, less interested in the political economic significance of the surplus in the first place, similarly fails to theorize either value or capital. Thus, his consideration of Soviet money remains theoretically unarmed. Dunayevsky and James point the way to a solution of the problem by suggesting that profit must not automatically be reduced to what appears to be profit. But equally unfortunately, Dunayevsky and James avoid developing the point. Wilt, meanwhile, attempts to cut through the forms of capital altogether so as to get to its essence, but ends up with a concept of capital which is deprived of any nuance or substantial meaning. Buick and Crump undoubtedly give an elegant presentation, in that they move from a category-based definition of capitalism to an elaboration of the concept of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, but fall quite badly at the second hurdle, in that they wildly overestimate the extent of ruble-based competition in the producer goods sector. Cruder examples of the same type of mistake appear in the works of Bettelheim, Chavance, and among those who do not write of, quote, state capitalism, end quote, Bordiga and Chattopadhyay. If Bettelheim's approach is based upon an ideology of the contradictions of, quote, transition, end quote, like Chavance's and Bordiga's, Bettelheim's approach depends chiefly upon a, quote, imminent, end quote, critique of Soviet official propaganda. Neither this nor Chattopadhyay's frequent reference back to the prevalence of wage labor can compensate for a poor empirical grasp of the predominant forms of competition. Although self-consistent, these models remain far removed from reality. The various theories that have been shown to share one overriding failing. That is this: in arguing that the Soviet social formation is capitalist, they do not demonstrate the existence of capital as the dominant political economic category. And that's the end of the chapter. Thanks for listening. I know this was a long one.